Cultivation online audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 561, Polearms 2. Once the instructor showed Yuan how to hold the staff. He swung the staff around in a slow but precise manner, allowing Yuan to see every single one of his movements more clearly. A few minutes later, the instructor stopped his movements and turned to look at Yuan before handing him the staff. Here, I showed a little more than I was supposed to, but I wanted to give you a grasp of what it means to wield a staff. After Yuan accepted the staff, the instructor went to grab another one for himself. "Am I holding this properly?" Yuan asked. "Yes, that's perfect. Now let's start with the basic movements." The instructor then executed a single strike with the staff before freezing in that position. Yuan followed his movements and executed the same strike with perfection. Of course, it was only a basic movement, so it wasn't that impressive. Here's a follow-up. The instructor resumed his movements and swung the staff again. Yuan followed. The two of them would continue in this manner until they executed most of the basic movements. Now try to do it all at once without any long pauses. The instructor said to him. Yuan nodded and took a moment to remember all of the movements. Once he was ready, he started swinging the staff around with precise and smooth movements. Although the techniques were the basics, they looked like it was performed by an expert. This guy, the instructor, was amazed by how fast of a learner Yuan was. It had only been a few minutes since they started, yet Yuan was already performing like he was an expert. "How did I do?" Yuan asked the dazed instructor after performing the basic techniques. "Not bad. I don't have anything to say, which is a good thing. Practice like that a few more times and we'll move to the next step. Okay?" Yuan began swinging the staff around again. About 10 minutes later, the instructor stopped him and started showing him more advanced techniques. This continued for the rest of the day. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, Maxiu was doing much better than the previous day. "Looks like you're back to normal. I hope you've solved whatever was troubling you," the instructor said to her. "Thank you for your concern." Maxiu nodded. At the end of the day, Maxiu went to the 1st floor to meet up with Yuan like usual, but when she arrived, Yuan wasn't there. Where did he go? Maxiu looked around while pondering. She couldn't imagine Yuan leaving without her. When the instructor there noticed Maxiu looking around, he approached her and said, "If you're looking for player Yuan, he's on the 3rd floor. 3rd floor. Maxiu tried to recall what was on the 3rd floor, but she completely forgot. After thanking the instructor for his information, Maxiu went back up to 2 more floors until she arrived at the 3rd floor. When she opened the door and entered the gymnasium, she was surprised to see a large crowd gathered at the center of the room. This instantly piqued Maxiu's interest, so she approached the crowd to see what they were all looking at with such intensity. Whoosh! In the center of the crowd, Yuan was in the middle of sparring with a bulky man, both of them wielding a spear. Huh! The instructor stepped forward to thrust his spear at Yuan, but Yuan perfectly deflected the attack with his own spear and with relative ease. After defending against the attack, Yuan swung his spear in a wide arc, suddenly stopping a few inches away from the man's body, barely missing him due to how flexible the spear was. "You win again." Bulky man lowered his spear with a defeated smile on his face, but one could see clear excitement within his eyes. "Thank you for the experience." Yuan lowered his spear and clasped his hand to the instructor. "No, I should be thanking you. It's been a while since I have experienced such an overwhelming defeat." The instructor returned the bow. "Anyways, are you sure today is your first time using polearms? If that's true, you're truly a monster amongst monsters." The instructor joked in a serious voice. "Yes, today is my first time using this kind of weapon. I usually use the sword or dagger sort of," Yuan confirmed. "Well, either way, you are now even better than me, an instructor. Besides the Grand Elder, I don't think there is anyone in this place that can match you." It was at this moment Yuan noticed Maxiu standing in the crowd. "It's time I go. Once again, thank you for teaching me how to use polearms." The crowd around them made a clear path when they noticed Yuan walking towards them. "Let's go home, shall we?" Yuan said to Maxiu, who nodded. Chu Liushang and Sebastian followed them from behind. That was an amazing performance today. As expected of you, Brother Yuan, Chu Liushang said to him after they left the building, as she'd watched him train for the whole day. Yuan smiled behind his mask and said, "To be completely honest with you, even though I have never held a staff or spear until today, I felt oddly comfortable with it the moment I held it in my hands, almost like I have used them before. It was like that when I first picked up the sword inside Cultivation Online. That's what you call a true genius, Brother Yuan. No matter what you touch, you master it with ease," Chu Liuxiang said in a cheerful voice. And she continued, "It was like that back at the orphanage, too. You would learn the harmonica and every single new instrument the same day you got it. Is there anything you cannot learn with ease?" "Common sense," Meixiu said inwardly after hearing Chu Liuxiang's question. Sometime later, they returned home to take a quick shower before heading to the Silver Restaurant for dinner. Chapter 562, Battlefield. After eating dinner, Yuan retired to his bedroom with the other two ladies. "Good night, Brother Yuan," Chu Liuxiang said to him after snuggling close to him. Meanwhile, Meixiu took a seat a few meters in front of the bed and started cultivating. Although she was already a spirit warrior and ahead of the majority of people in the world, she didn't want to lose to Chu Liuxiang, who was a spirit master. Yuan fell asleep shortly after lying on the bed, as he was incredibly tired from training today, more so than usual, since he wasn't used to training with polearms. After falling asleep, Yuan found himself in his dream once again, but he was surrounded by a thick fog that blocked all of his vision. What is it this time? Yuan's initial thought was that it was something caused by the handsome man that would often appear in his dreams, but there was no response. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yuan felt something fly past his head, but it was too fast for him to see what that thing was. Then he felt something dripping down his face. Yuan subconsciously lifted his hand to wipe his face, and to his surprise he was bleeding. Whatever just flew past his head had scratched his face deep enough to bleed, and before he could make sense of what happened, the fog began clearing away, revealing to Yuan his surroundings. This is... Yuan's eyes widened when he realized that he was in a plane. He was also surrounded by people that appeared to be soldiers, and they were all heavily geared with silver armor and a spear. Fortunately, they didn't appear to be hostile. However, not far away from his location, there were thousands of individuals fighting each other in what appeared to be a war zone. There also appeared to be two different factions, one wearing silver armor like those around him, and the other wearing black armor. "General, what is your command?" Someone there suddenly said, causing Yuan to turn to look in that direction. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw the handsome man standing no far away from him, but there was something different about the handsome man this time. His demeanor and the aura he emitted were completely different from the handsome man he would normally see. In fact, it felt like he was a completely different individual. After a moment of silence, the handsome man raised the spear in his grasp and pointed it at the battlefield. "Slay the enemies and leave none of them alive," the handsome man commanded in a profound voice. The people around him began roaring with excitement, and shortly after they started rushing towards the battlefield with intense bloodlust in their gaze. "Kill! Kill them all!" The soldiers in silver armor shouted as they rushed into the battlefield and began slaughtering the other faction. Meanwhile, the handsome man remained standing in his original spot. Seeing this, Yuan approached him and asked, "Where are we?" The handsome man turned to look at him before responding in a calm voice. "Can't you tell? We're at war. I can obviously see that we're at war, but why are we here? What are you trying to show me today?" Yuan asked, thinking that this was one of the handsome man's schemes today. "You're acting like we have met before?" The handsome man said with a mysterious smile on his face. "What?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. However, the handsome man didn't continue speaking after that. Instead, he turned to look at the battlefield for a moment before rushing into it himself. When the soldiers wearing that black armor noticed the handsome man entering the battlefield, they immediately focused on him, quickly surrounding him. However, despite their general getting surrounded by the enemies, the soldiers in the silver armor didn't try to help the handsome man. Hell, they weren't even looking in his direction, almost like they couldn't care less about his situation. Shortly after surrounding the handsome man, the black-armored soldiers began their assault, with all of them lunging at the handsome man from all directions. The handsome man sneered in a cold manner before swinging the silver spear in his grasp in a full circle. Whoosh! A single swing of his spear created a powerful tornado that instantly consumed the people surrounding him, tearing their armors and bodies apart with ease. The tornado quickly turned red with how many people it killed in a short time, and it would make the battlefield rain blood and mutilated corpses, creating a gruesome scene. When the soldiers wearing the black armor saw how the handsome man slaughtered half of their army with a single strike, they immediately dropped their weapons and began fleeing. "There's no way we can defeat such a monster. I surrender. Please spare me." A few of the soldiers even started begging for mercy after seeing their army crumble. However, the silver-armored soldiers completely ignored their enemies' pleas and used their spears to finish off their enemies without mercy. Once the battlefield was cleared of the black-armored soldiers, the soldiers there gathered around the handsome man and started celebrating their victory. "Ha ha ha! Yet another easy victory for the Silver Dragon Army. We'd even given them an hour to defeat our weakest squad. You're simply too powerful, General. With you by our side, we will never experience a single defeat." However, the handsome man wasn't celebrating, and he shouted, "It's still too early to celebrate until we destroy their entire army and make their lord surrender. The war is still ongoing. Hurry up and get moving." The soldiers immediately stopped celebrating and saluted. "Yes, General." The soldiers got on their horses and began chasing after the black-armored soldiers that fled the battlefield, all the way back to their own territory. It was at this moment Yuan woke up from his dream. What was that all about? Yuan wondered to himself, as the dream was too different from his usual dreams, and even the handsome man felt like a different person. Chapter 563. The Aura of a True Master. After waking up from his strange dream, Yuan went to wash his face before going outside to get some fresh air, and he wondered if he'd been a general in his past life. That man in my dreams said that I was his reincarnation, but from what I have seen so far, he appeared to live inside a cultivation world. Does this mean there exists a cultivation world out there somewhere in the universe? Many minutes later, Yuan returned inside the immortal caves, and everyone there was already awake and prepared to grab some breakfast. "Where did you go, Brother Yuan?" Chu Lishang asked him. "I was right outside the caves getting some fresh air," he said. They left the immortal caves shortly after to get breakfast. After eating breakfast, they made their way to the training building, where Yuan would spend another day on the third-floor training with the spear. As for Mexiu, she'd spent most of her time in the outdoor training area. "Instructor, can I train with you again today?" Yuan approached the bulky man, who showed a bittersweet smile on his face after hearing Yuan's request. After all, he didn't want to lose again before so many disciples, and he'd already lost plenty of face from yesterday's loss. However, as though the heavens were on the instructor's side, before he could open his mouth to speak, someone suddenly approached them and said, "I could spar with you if you'd like." Yuan turned to look at this individual who just spoke, and he was a tall, handsome young man with long hair that was tied into a single ponytail at the back of his head. "Wow, he's tall," Yuan subconsciously said to himself when he saw this young man who was definitely an entire head taller than him. "My name is Shi Lang, and I am an elite disciple. I don't usually train here, but I heard that you'd defeated the instructor yesterday, so I came here today to see if I could spar with you. I promise you that I won't disappoint you." The tall young man continued, "Oh, Shi Lang, if it's you, you will definitely be able to fight with him," the instructor said with a gleeful look on his face, since he no longer has to fight Yuan. He then turned to look at Yuan and said, "As you can probably guess from his surname, he's from the Shi family. If I have to be completely honest, he's even stronger than me, so you'll definitely have fun sparring with him more than sparring with me." Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, let's spar. By the way, I'm Yuan." "I know." Shi Lang smiled. The instructor then cleared out an area in the gymnasium for the two of them. Sometime later, Yuan and Shi Lang stood a few meters away from each other with a spear in their grasp. Of course, the entire spear was completely made out of bamboo, so they didn't have to worry about accidentally inflicting grave injuries on each other. With that being said, if struck by the spear, it would definitely hurt, and they could even experience a few broken bones. Very quickly, a crowd gathered around the two of them before they even started the fight. Wow, it's actually Shi Lang. It's been months since I last saw him. Shi Lang is number 1 when it comes to pole arms. Player Yuan fought Wang Ming, who is the number 1 with swords, and won. I wonder if he'll be able to defeat Shi Lang too. No matter how talented player Yuan is, I don't think he'll be able to defeat Shi Lang. He only picked up the spear yesterday without any prior experience, right? There's no way that he'd win against Shi Lang, who is not only extremely talented, but also has 20 years' worth of training. I also don't think he'll win, but we won't know for sure until one of them actually wins. Whenever you're ready, Shi Lang said to Yuan while standing there in a casual manner. Yuan readied his spear and got into an offensive position. The instructor immediately raised his eyebrows when he felt the profound aura that suddenly started emitting from Yuan's body. Shi Lang also noticed this unfathomable aura, and his calmness was quickly wiped away. What is going on? Why am I getting this feeling that I would only get when I fight against my grandfather from him? Shi Lang recognized this feeling coming from Yuan, as he would often feeling it coming from his grandfather, the feeling of a true master. Once Shi Lang got into his position, the two of them would remain standing there without moving for a whole minute. A minute later, Yuan suddenly moved forward, thrusting the spear in his grasp at Shi Lang. Whoosh! Shi Lang quickly dodged this strike that nearly struck him in the chest where his heart was located. However, he'd only managed to narrowly dodge the strike because of how unexpectedly fast Yuan had executed the strike. An excited yet nervous smile appeared on Shi Lang's face without him realizing it, as it has been a very long time since he has last experienced such thrill and pressure. After missing his attack, Yuan immediately retrieved his spear and went for another strike that was actually a little faster than his first strike. Shi Lang dodged this strike again, and with more ease despite the increased speed since he knew what to expect after experiencing Yuan's first strike. Meanwhile, the instructor was shocked to the core after witnessing Yuan's lightning-quick spear thrust that was almost impossible to see with the eyes, and he wondered to himself if Yuan had been secretly practicing with the spear for the whole day yesterday after going home. His movements weren't this quick and sharp yesterday? It's almost like I'm watching an entirely different person than yesterday. What kind of training did he undergo yesterday? How can someone improve so drastically in less than a day? The instructor cried inwardly. Chapter 1564, Spirit Competition. Sebastian, what do you think of Brother Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked him as they watched Yuan spar with Shi Lang. I think he's a very talented young man, perhaps even the most talented person I have ever seen. I dare say that even the top geniuses from the Chu family wouldn't be able to match him, he calmly responded. Then do you think my parents would accept someone like him? Chu Liuxiang asked, her intentions clear with that question. Sebastian pondered for a moment before speaking. Young lady, you should know very well the master's personality. Talent alone won't be enough to impress them. He'll need more than that to receive their recognition. Is that so? Chu Liuxiang mumbled. Sometime later, the crowd surrounding Yuan and Shi Lang suddenly erupted with cheering and excitement. Ooh! He won! Player Yuan actually managed to defeat Shi Lang. Heavens! What was that technique at the end? I have never seen anything like that before, in the middle of the circle. Shi Lang was sitting on the floor with a look of disbelief on his face. What kind of technique was that just now? Shi Lang asked Yuan. It doesn't have a name, he said. After all, he'd learned the technique from watching the handsome man his dream. I see anyways. It was a great fight. I didn't actually expect to lose, if I'm being completely honest. Shi Lang extended his hand for a handshake. Yuan accepted his hand and said, likewise, I enjoyed the spar. Some time later, the instructor approached Yuan and said, You must have practiced a lot even after you went home. Training? Yuan raised his eyebrows, but he didn't respond to that, as he figured that it would be for the better. How about another round? I still have a lot of energy. Shi Lang asked Yuan a moment later. Sure. Yuan nodded, and for the next few days, Yuan would spend his time on the 3rd floor mastering the spear and trying out the other polearms. Hey, Yuan. Wang Ming appeared on the third floor and called out to him right before he went home. Don't forget about the competition. It starts tomorrow. Oh, right. I actually forgot about that. Yuan said. Where is it being held? Meet me here tomorrow morning about 2 hours after sunrise. I will take you there. Okay. After returning to the Immortal Caves, Chu Liuxiang asked, What competition is being held tomorrow? The top disciples in this faction will be fighting against each other is what I heard, he said. So people like that Shi Lang and Wang Ming guy? Yes, there will be more people like them at the competition. I'm kind of excited. The following morning, after breakfast, Yuan went to the training tower with the others. When they arrived, Wang Ming was already there. Good morning, everyone. Wang Ming greeted them. Hey, how are you feeling today? Wang Ming asked. I'm feeling great. Perfect. Then follow me. Wang Ming proceeded to lead Yuan and the others to the location of the tournament. About half an hour later, they arrived at the plains that had an enormous stage out in the open, and there were bleachers surrounding the platform. Wow, there's a lot of people here, Yuan mumbled when he saw the sea of people there, almost like everyone in the Jaded Garden was gathered there. Well, it is one of the biggest events of the year, and all of the higher-ups will be here. Welcome, fellow Taoist Yuan. The Grand Elders approached Yuan the moment they noticed him, and following behind them were a group of middle-aged people. Hello? Taoist Yuan. Allow me to introduce you to a few people, Senior Wang said as she looked at the group of people behind her. These are the current heads of the 6th spiritual family. I believe this is your first time meeting them. The middle-aged people there proceeded to introduce themselves. After their introduction, one of them asked Taoist Yuan, I heard that you will be practicing in the competition today. I will. I cannot wait to see you in action. I have heard so many things about you after all. Which weapon do you intend on using? The sword, he responded, after talking for a couple of minutes. They went to the stage. The competition will start in half an hour, but since this is your first time, allow me to give you a brief rundown of the rules. Senior Wang said to Yuan once they sat down. There will be a total of 8 contestants, including you. Each of you will draw from a box, and those who pick the same number will fight each other. At the end of the first round, the winners will draw again. This will continue until the final round. You are not allowed to bring anything but the weapon we provide you onto the stage. Doing so will be an automatic disqualification. Besides these rules, there isn't much else to say. Yuan then asked, What kind of weapons will we be using? You get to choose the type of weapon you wish to wield on the stage, but none of them will be lethal. That makes sense. Yuan nodded. Half an hour later, one of the family heads entered the stage and said, Welcome to our annual spirit competition, where our best disciples will face off against each other for the first place. First and foremost, let me call the contestants onto the stage. Wang Ming from the Wang family. Wang Bingbing from the Wang family, Shi Lang from the Shi family, Ji Merong from the Shi family, Hong Shuquan from the Hong family, Li Jinshi from the Li family, Wu Zhao from the Wu family. Last but not least, Taoist Yuan, who is currently staying in the Jaded Garden as a trial disciple. The thousands of spectators cheered for the contestants afterward. Wow, is that really Player Yuan? This is my first time seeing him. He's also wearing a mask out here? Damn it. I wanted to see his face at the very least. Chapter 565, First Round. After introducing the contestants, a servant approached the stage while carrying a small box. This is what will decide your matchups. Whoever holds the same numbers will be fighting that round. That is all. A moment later, the contestants picked their number. Yuan looked at the paper in his hands. Number 1? The matches will be in the order of the number, so whoever has number 1 will be the first to fight, said the announcer on the stage. I am first, Yuan said. The announcer nodded and looked at the other 7. Who has the other number 1? Ha! Someone there sighed as he raised his hand into the air. It's me, Wang Ming said in a defeated voice. He turned to look at Yuan and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect to lose on the first round. What bad luck. "Everyone but the fighters for the first round, please leave the stage," the announcer said. Very quickly, everyone but Wang Ming and Yuan left the stage. "What about our weapons?" Yuan asked. "They are coming." The announcer said. A few moments later, two people could be seen walking onto the stage with a sword in their grasp. "Here you go, young master, Yuan." One of them approached Yuan and offered him a sword made out of steel, which was out of Yuan's expectation, as he'd expected to be using a wooden sword from the training hall. However, upon closer inspection, Yuan noticed that the blade of this sword was very dull, so dull that if used to slash somebody, it wouldn't even cut their skin, much less their flesh. With that being said, that didn't mean the sword wouldn't do any damage, as it could break one's bones if struck hard enough. The match will end when either someone surrenders or faints. Stepping outside the stage will also be considered an automatic loss. Lastly, you are not to inflict serious bodily harm on your opponent purposefully. The announcer quickly went over the rules. "The match will begin when you're both ready." Wang Ming bowed to Yuan and said, "Please go easy on me." Likewise, Yuan returned the bow. After bowing, they held their swords in front of them. Seeing this, the announcer said, "Match begins." The moment the announcer started the match, Yuan took a step forward and used his movement technique, instantly closing their distance and appearing in front of Wang Ming. Wang Ming saw this coming after dueling with Yuan many times, so he was prepared for it. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed in the area as Wang Ming defended Yuan's sword strike. Clang! Clang! The two of them continued to challenge each other without giving themselves any time to rest. Wang Ming knew that a prolonged fight against Yuan would immensely lower his chances of winning due to Yuan's seemingly inexhaustible stamina, so he could only go all out at the beginning and hope that Yuan makes a mistake. Heavens! I have never seen anyone pressure Wang Ming in such a manner. I have heard about player Yuan's talents, but I didn't think he was this skilled. Look at Wang Ming struggling to defend against player Yuan's relentless assault. The two of them have been going at each other's throat without taking a second to rest for many minutes now. I don't think this round will last long, and just like many spectators had predicted, the fight between Yuan and Wang Ming didn't last long, lasting only 10 minutes when Wang Ming got tired and Yuan, taking advantage of this, instantly seizing the victory. "Victor, Taoist Yuan," the announcer shouted out loud. "Good fight." Wang Ming bowed to Yuan after the fight ended. "Good fight." After the fight, both of them left the stage and went to take a seat at the participants' area where the other contestants were waiting for their turn. "Yuan, I thought you had been practicing the polearms recently. How come you're so much stronger than our last fight? Don't tell me you practiced in secret." Wang Ming said to him after they sat down. "No, I haven't picked up the sword in the last few days," he said. "Then you've been going easy on me this entire time." Wang Ming looked at him with a look of disbelief. "That's not it either. I don't know how to explain it, but I definitely wasn't going easy on you before." "If you say so," Wang Ming said. He didn't get the feeling that Yuan was going easy on his when they fought previously, so he trusted Yuan, however. That only made him more curious about Yuan's sudden growth. Can someone improve by doing nothing? Wang Ming wondered to himself. Meanwhile, the second round started between Wang Bingbing and Hong Shuchuan. Hong Shuchuan was a handsome young man in his mid-20s. As for Wang Bingbing, she was a very beautiful young lady also in her mid-20s. "She has the same surname as you. Are you two related?" Yuan asked Wang Ming out of curiosity. "Yes, she's my elder sister. You never mentioned having a sister." "Well, you never asked." Are you interested in her? I can introduce you to each other after the competition," Wang Ming said with a somewhat smug look on his face. "I don't really care, but if you want to." Yuan nodded, misunderstanding Wang Ming's intentions. On the stage, Wang Bingbing and Hong Shuchuan started fighting shortly after greeting each other. Wang Bingbing wielded a sword just like Wang Ming, but as for Hong Shuchuan, he had metal gloves around his hands and half of his arm. "He's using gloves to fight." Yuan raised his eyebrows when he saw Hong Shuchuan's choice of weapon. "They are called gauntlets, and they're for people who mainly use their fists to fight, turning their hands into even deadlier weapons. Is this your first time seeing someone using gauntlets? Wang Ming asked him. Yes. Yuan nodded, and he focused on Hong Xiuquan as he wanted to see how Hong Xiuquan was going to fight someone with a sword using those gauntlets. Chapter 566, Second Round, Ding. Wang Bingbing swung her sword at Hong Xiuquan, but Hong Xiuquan used his gauntlets to protect himself, using it as a shield. After defending the attack, Hong Xiuquan used his other hand to throw a powerful punch at Wang Bingbing, who elegantly twisted her body to dodge it. Wow, it's like wielding two weapons at once, Yuan mumbled. Although he's at a disadvantage due to his very limited range, he more than makes up for it, since that allows him to defend and attack at the same time, Wang Ming said. Doesn't it still hurt when he defends? Even though he has steel gloves, the impact should still hurt him quite a bit, Yuan asked. Yes, but the gauntlets aren't something you just put on and use like a sword or other weapons. It requires the wielder to train their body if they want to use it efficiently. Hong Xiuquan had to temper his body, mostly his arms, to extreme lengths, so that he wouldn't have a broken arm every time he defends. He has bathed in treasures since he was young, not to mention the strenuous physical training he does almost every day, allowing his arms and bones to become as durable as steel. Body tempering, huh? I wonder how they temper their body. Is it any different from what I did in Cultivation Online? However, this would mean that treasures with spiritual energy really exist in this world. I should ask them later. Ding, Ding, Wang. Bingbing and Hong Xiuquan fought fiercely for many minutes with Wang Bingbing trying to break Hong Xiuquan's defenses, while Hong Xiuquan tries to catch Wang Bingbing off guard with a counterattack. But neither of them was successful after many minutes of going back and forth. Compared to player Yuan and Wang Ming's battle, this is kind of boring, right? The spectators expressed their boredom 15 minutes into the round, since the fight was neither as fierce nor exciting as Yuan's fight with Wang Ming. Ding. Eventually, Hong Xiuquan managed to knock Wang Bingbing's sword out of her grasp and outside the stage using his gauntlets. When this happened, Wang Bingbing surrendered, as there was simply no way that she could defeat Hong Xiuquan without her weapon. Good fight. Wang Bingbing bowed to him afterward. Good fight, Senior Sister Wang. Hong Xiuquan returned her bow. However, even though he won the fight, it was actually a very close fight. If Wang Bingbing had lasted a little longer without losing her sword, Hong Xiuquan would have been the one to surrender since his arms were reaching their limit from defending too many of Wang Bingbing's sword strikes. Even with his intensive training, it was simply impossible to endure so many powerful strikes from someone of similar talent and strength. After the match ended, Hong Xiuquan removed his gauntlets, and to everyone's surprise, his arms were swollen and black. The spectators shuddered at the horrifying sight of Hong Xiuquan's arms, but Hong Xiuquan himself acted like it was ordinary. "Young Master Hong, do you need treatment?" the announcer asked him. Hong Xiuquan looked at his arms for a moment before shaking his head. "Nah, I'll be fine. They will recover after some rest. And this is how they usually look after training?" "Aye, if you say so," the announcer said in a somewhat baffled voice. Heavens, I cannot imagine the kind of training he must endure if his arms look like that at the end of every session. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. His training includes smashing large boulders with his bare hands and punching thick steel plates. Bleeding and bruising is a normal routine for him, but the most surprising is his recovery rate. Despite the stress and torture that his body endures every day, he returns a few days later with all of his bruises and injuries gone, almost like they never existed in the first place. Wang Ming explained. A few minutes later, Shi Lang entered the stage with another young man that appeared to be around the same age. Shi Lang was handed a spear as Yuan had expected, but the young man named Wu Zhao was given a fan. Eh? He's a fan user? Yuan was surprised to see Wu Zhao using a fan, as he only knows one other person who uses the fan, his sister, Yu Ru. It's a weird choice, right? The fan is one of the least popular weapons due to its extremely short range and small size, so nobody really uses it. Even if somebody decides to pick it up, they are usually women, so it's really rare for a man to pick up the fan as their weapon, Wang Ming said. And he continued, "If you ask me, the fan has more disadvantages than advantages, and even if someone masters the fan, they will not be on par with someone who masters the sword or any other more efficient weapon." With that being said, Wu Zhao has managed to climb to the top ranks with a fan, so he's not someone you can underestimate solely because of his weapon. Yuan then said, "I know someone that uses the fan in Cultivation online, but I don't think I have seen her use the fan as a blunt weapon. Instead, she waves it around, sending these destructive and long-ranged attacks at her foes. Yes, that is what the fan specializes in, spiritual techniques that require qi. However, that isn't something you can rely on in this world due to our limited techniques, since spiritual techniques like that are really rare. In fact, he only knows one spiritual technique. Once Shilang and Wu Zhao were ready, the announcer began the fight. Immediately, Shilang used his spear to attack Wu Zhao from a distance, since it was the obvious thing to do with his huge advantage in range. Wu Zhao didn't panic and used his metal fan to deflect the spear by hitting it at the right spot at the perfect moment, sending the spear to the side. Once that happened, Wu Zhao actually advanced forward and closed their distance. However, before Wu Zhao could get too close, Shilang retrieved his spear and swung it sideways, sweeping it at Wu Zhao. Seeing this, Wu Zhao held the fan with both his hands to block the strike. Although he'd successfully blocked the strike, Wu Zhao was still sent a couple of steps backward from the impact. The spectators cheered at their exciting fight, even though it had only been a couple of seconds since the match started. Wow, I kind of want to fight that Wu Zhao, Yuan thought to himself after he witnessed Wu Zhao using the fan with such skills. Who do you think will win, Shilang or Wu Zhao? Yuan asked Wang Ming. Although he knew Shilang's strength very well after sparring with him many times, he knew nothing about Wu Zhao. Wang Ming pondered for a moment before speaking. Honestly, I have no idea. One might favor Shilang due to his immense advantage as a spear user, but Wu Zhao is actually more talented and powerful than Shilang, so it kind of balances things out. I guess whoever makes a mistake first will lose the entire battle, just like Wang Bingbing and Hong Shuquan's fight. Chapter 567, Tyrannical Strength, Ding, Whoosh, Ding. Shilang continued his assault on Wu Zhao relentlessly, but Wu Zhao would always manage to block or deflect the attack. However, Wu Zhao was also unable to close their distance, much less reach Shilang to attack him. Ha! Shilang suddenly took a large step forward while thrusting his spear, taking Wu Zhao by surprise. Not bad. Wu Zhao twisted his body in an odd manner, barely dodging the strike. After dodging, Wu Zhao grabbed Shilang's spear with his bare hands before pulling Shilang towards him. What incredible strength! Shilang struggled to retrieve his spear, but he also didn't want to let go of his spear. He couldn't, or that would spell the end for him. However, that meant Wu Zhao could finally reach him. Seeing that Shilang didn't let go of his spear, Wu Zhao immediately stepped forward and swung his fan at Shilang, who used his other hand to block the fan. However, Shilang didn't temper his body like Hong Shuquan had, so his arm was immediately bruised by the strike. Shilang endured the pain and used this chance to kick Wu Zhao in the stomach, breaking his hold on the spear. The spectators cheered after realizing what had happened. Looks like it will be Shilang's loss, Wang Ming said after assessing the situation. After getting hit in the arm by Wu Zhao, Shilang could no longer hold his spear properly, and against someone like Wu Zhao, that was akin to being crippled. And just like Wang Ming had predicted, the fight ended shortly after, with Wu Zhao becoming the victor. After the match, Shilang had his arm checked out, and the doctors told him that his bones were fractured, which wasn't too surprising, considering that he got hit by Wu Zhao's fan without any protection. While the doctors treated Shilang for his injuries, the fourth round started between Li Jinshi and Shi Murong. Li Jinshi was a cold beauty with short black hair, while Shi Murong was a young man with long black hair. As for their weapons, Li Jinshi wielded a greatsword that was twice her size, while Shi Murong had a small dagger in his grasp. Wow, what a matchup! Wang Ming mumbled in a dazed voice. Yuan, who do you think will win? He suddenly asked. I'm not sure, but I can feel an unfathomable aura coming from that young lady, Yuan said after a moment of silence. Well, believe it or not, Li Jinshi is actually the strongest disciple in the entire faction. She has a special body that gives her tyrannical strength. As for Shi Murong, although he's very talented, he cannot compare to Li Jinshi. This is going to be a one-sided fight, Wang Ming said. A special body, like a physique in Cultivation Online? Yuan asked. Yes, something like that. Yuan became silent. This is his first time meeting someone in the real world that has a physique. Once the contestants were in their position, the announcer started the match. However, neither Li Jinshi nor Shi Murong moved a single inch after the battle started, both of them silently staring at each other. Why aren't they moving? Yuan asked after waiting for an entire minute. Because the first one to move loses. Xi Murong may be quick on his feet, but he cannot defeat Li Jinshi with speed alone, and a single hit from her will spell the end for him. As for Li Jinshi, I guess she just wants to see what Shi Murong intends on doing, Wang Ming said. After many minutes of silence, Li Jinshi spoke in a nonchalant voice. How boring, I guess. You haven't managed to grow out of your cowardness, Shi Murong. Shrite. As Shi Murong opened his mouth to speak, Li Jinshi suddenly dashed at him, forcing Shi Murong to close his mouth to focus on her. Once she was in range, Li Jinshi swung her large sword at Shi Murong, who quickly turned his body to dodge the incoming attack. However, Li Jinshi suddenly changed her sword's trajectory midway through her attack, hitting Shi Murong in his sides and sending him flying off the stage like a broken rag doll. Heavens! Did you see how she moved that sword midway? What kind of movement was that? The spectators were shocked by Li Jinshi's display of tremendous strength. I can only imagine someone with her physique being able to execute such a ridiculous attack, Senior Wang said with a smile on her face. Her sword isn't light either. It requires a tremendous amount of raw strength to change the sword's trajectory after swinging it in such a manner. Senior Li agreed. And he continued, You should see how she trains. It's almost barbaric. After throwing Shi Murong off the stage with a single strike, Li Jinshi casually walked off the stage, and she would look at Yuan while doing so, her gaze seemingly filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the doctors rushed to check Shi Murong's condition. My lord, every single bone in his left side is broken. The doctors began sweating profusely after realizing the extent of Shi Murong's injuries. Li Jinshi went easy on him, as she could have easily torn his body in half with her monstrous strength, said another. The doctors quickly placed Shi Murong on a stretcher before taking him to a hospital that was located inside the Jaded Garden. Meanwhile, the Li family apologized to the Shi family for Li Jinshi's actions. I'm sorry, Li Jinshi isn't very good at holding back, and she doesn't learn no matter how many times we tell you to do so. Senior Li sighed. Don't worry about it. This happens every time she fights someone, said Senior Shi. Well, they say pain is weakness leaving the body. Shi Murong was too reserved today. It was an embarrassment to watch. He also needs to be scolded afterward, said the head of the Shi family. Shi Murong's father, Chapter 568, a worthy opponent. Now that the first round of matches has concluded, there will be a 30-minute break. You may use this time to recover your strength, but you are not allowed to leave the area or consume medicine that speeds up your recovery. The announcer said to them. The contestants that won their match started to cultivate to recover as much energy as they can, but Yuan merely sat on the benches with Wang Ming sitting beside him. You're not going to cultivate? Wang Ming asked him. I don't really need to, Yuan said, feeling completely fine and overflowing with energy. You're really another breed, aren't you? Wang Ming shook his head with a bittersweet smile. There was another contestant that didn't bother to rest, and it was Li Jinshi, who barely exerted any strength to defeat her opponent, and she would silently stare in Yuan's direction. Noticing this, Yuan asked Wang Ming, She's staring at our direction. What do you think she wants from us? Wang Ming turned to look at Li Jinshi and chuckled. Us? I think she only has you in her eyes at this moment. She's probably wondering if you'll be a challenge for her since she doesn't really have any rivals in the faction, and even the Grand Elders are no match for her. What, even the Grand Elders cannot defeat her? Yuan was surprised to hear this. Li Jinshi may only be at the peak of spirit warrior, but her tremendous strength is on another level. In terms of experience and skills, the Grand Elders are definitely above her. However, in a fight, Li Jinshi's superior strength allows her to dominate everyone. But it's not like the Grand Elders cannot defeat her. If they fight 10 matches, Li Jinshi would probably win 6 to 7 of them. I see. Yuan nodded. I think she will be a worthy opponent for you, Yuan. You'll understand it once you stand on the same stage as her. Wang Ming chuckled. 30 minutes later, the announcer called the 4 contestants that won back onto the stage for another round of picking numbers. Yuan looked at his number after picking it. 2. Who has number 1? The announcer asked after everyone picked a number. I do. Wu Zhao raised his arm, showing the paper with the number 1 in his hand. Who has the second one? I do, Li Jinshi said. Aya? Wu Zhao sighed out loud when he realized that Li Jinshi was his opponent. Although he could defend against Qilang's spear attacks with his small fan, Li Jinshi's large sword, supported by her immense strength, was another story. Then I am going to fight him? Yuan looked at Hong Shuquan, the gauntlet wielder. Hong Shuquan was also looking at Yuan while thinking the same thing. So he's my opponent, huh? Young Master Yuan, young Master Hong, please exit the stage so they can fight, the announcer said to them in a respectful tone. Once they left the stage, Li Jinshi and Wu Zhao were handed their weapons. This matchup doesn't look fair even in the slightest. Right. There's no way Wu Zhao can defend against her attacks with that tiny fan. Let's just see how he's going to handle this. Hopefully he doesn't stand there for a few minutes before attacking. The spectators said to each other, Please go easy on me. Wu Zhao clasped his hands before Li Jinshi, who merely stood there with a nonchalant look on her beautiful yet cold face. A few moments later, the announcer shouted, Fight! Li Jinshi rushed at Wu Zhao in an aggressive manner the moment the fight started, acting completely different from before. Whoa! Whoa! Zhao didn't dare to block her attack head-on, nor did he dare to try and dodge her attack normally. Instead, he made sure to stay out of Li Jinshi's range. Every step Li Jinshi took towards him, he would take 2 steps back. In other words, he was running away. However, despite running away, Wu Zhao didn't dare to show his back to Li Jinshi, so he was running backward. See, calm down, senior sister Li. Why do you seem so impatient to finish this match? Let's enjoy ourselves, shall we? Wu Zhao said to her. Li Jinshi coldly snorted in response. The faster I deal with you, the faster I get to face that person. I don't want to waste my time with you weaklings. That person? Are you talking about player Yuan? So you're that confident that he will defeat Hong Shuquan? Hong Shuquan cannot beat that person. He's too weak, Li Jinshi bluntly said. We won't know that until they finish their fight. Are you trying to say that you have a chance of defeating me? Li Jinshi frowned. I didn't say that. Whoa. Li Jinshi suddenly picked up her speed, chasing Wu Zhao around the stage like they were playing tag. I was wrong. Senior sister Li, have mercy, Wu Zhao cried as he continued running away. However, the next moment, without waiting for Li Jinshi's response, Wu Zhao suddenly changed directions and actually started running at Li Jinshi. This entire time he was trying to distract Li Jinshi so that he could take her by surprise. Wu Zhao, you think? I don't know your tricks? You think you can surprise me with such a sloppy tactic? Li Jinshi didn't even flinch when Wu Zhao suddenly started rushing at her, as she had anticipated his plans the moment he started running around. The next second, Li Jinshi swung her sword horizontally at Wu Zhao, giving him no room to dodge. Tch! Wu Zhao gritted his teeth and held his fan in front of his body to block the incoming attack. The instant he felt some pressure on his fan, Wu Zhao tried to deflect the attack so that he doesn't need to block all of it. However, Li Jinshi's strength was simply too overwhelming and was not something Wu Zhao could withstand, and the moment he tried to deflect her attack, he was sent flying off the stage just like she did to Shi Murong. Fortunately for Wu Zhao, he didn't actually get hit, so his injuries were relatively minor with a few broken fingers and wrist, at least compared to Shi Murong. Damn gorilla monster. She grew so much stronger since our last fight that was only 3 months ago. Just what is her body made of? Does she even have a limit? Wu Zhao cursed inwardly as he was brought away in a stretcher by the doctors. Wang Ming swallowed nervously after seeing Wu Zhao fly off the stage. Is it just me, or did she get a lot stronger again? He mumbled in a low voice. Meanwhile, Yuan held a serious expression on his face behind his mask. She's strong. Can I defeat someone like her? Yuan wondered inwardly, his confidence wavering after witnessing Li Jinshi's inhuman strength. Sometime later, the announcer called Yuan and Hong Shuquan onto the stage. Are your hands okay if you cannot fight? Yuan asked Hong Shuquan. After all, he wouldn't feel good about beating someone who can barely use his arms. Thank you for your concerns, but I can fight, Hong Shuquan said. If you say so, Yuan nodded. Chapter 1569, Changing Weapons. Are you two ready? The announcer asked Yuan and Hong Shuquan. I am. They both responded simultaneously. Then let the fight begin. Once the fight started, Yuan slowly approached Hong Shuquan, who was standing still in a defensive position. His intentions were clear. He was going to repeat what he did during his fight with Wang Bingbing. So he's going to defend and try to counterattack. Let's see your limits. Yuan accepted his challenge and dashed at Hong Shuquan with his sword raised. However, midway through his swing, Hong Shuquan, who was prepared to block the attack, suddenly shouted with his eyes wide, "I surrender!" Yuan immediately halted his movements, stopping his sword an inch away from Hong Shuquan. Huh? Yuan doubted what he'd just heard. Did Hong Shuquan just surrender? The spectators were also dumbfounded by Hong Shuquan's sudden surrender. They didn't even fight. Why would he suddenly surrender, young Master Hong? Did you just surrender? The announcer asked Hong Shuquan for confirmation. Yes, I surrender, Hong Shuquan said in a nonchalant voice as he removed his gauntlets before leaving the stage, and everyone speechless. Why? Yuan couldn't help but ask him, as he was looking forward to their fight. Hong Shuquan stopped for a moment and turned to look at Yuan He. Then said in a low voice, I lied. My arms are not in the condition to fight. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, Then let's fight again after you've fully recovered. Hong Shuquan merely nodded his head and didn't say anything else before leaving the stage. The announcer snapped out of his daze and said, Young Master Yuan wins by default since his opponent forfeited the match. He then asked Yuan, Since the fight ended before it even started, do you wish to immediately continue on to the final fight, or do you need some time to rest? You're allowed a 30-minute rest period after every match. I don't need any rest. The announcer nodded his head before turning to look at Li Jinshi, who was already approaching the stage. You wish to immediately start the fight? Li Jinshi nodded with an eager look on her face. Meanwhile, back at the benches, Wang Ming asked Hong Shuquan, So, what's your real reason for surrendering the fight? Your arms look fine. Hong Shuquan looked at him with raised eyebrows and said, You're asking me? Didn't you fight against him during the first round? Yes, I did. So what of it? Hong Shuquan frowned and said, Are you mocking me right now? I didn't even need to block his attack to know that it has a tremendous amount of strength behind it. My arms will literally break if I block it. Wang Ming's jaw dropped and he said, Surely you're over-exaggerating. I have fought with him many times. There's no way that you wouldn't be able to handle his attacks. Sure, they are powerful, but I can defend against them properly. I don't believe that he was using all of his strength against you. I dare even say that his strength is on par with Li Jinshi. Wang Ming laughed at Hong Shuquan's claims. You're definitely over-exaggerating. Screw you. I'm not going to waste my breath on you any longer. Hong Shuquan proceeded to ignore Wang Ming, who merely shook his head. Meanwhile, on the stage, Yuan and Li Jinshi stood a couple of meters away from each other. Are you two ready to fight? The announcer asked them. Wait, I have a question, Yuan said. What is it? Can I change my weapon? He asked. Your weapon? The announcer raised his eyebrows. This is the first time he's been asked such a question. He then turned to look at the Grand Elders and asked, Grand Elders, are there any rules regarding changing one's weapon after the competition started? Well, there aren't any rules that forbid the participants from changing their weapons, Senior Wang said. The announcer nodded and returned to Yuan. Since it's not against the rules to change weapons, that means you're allowed to do so. What kind of weapon do you want? And to everybody's surprise, Yuan pointed at Li Jinshi and said, I want a weapon like hers. Huh? The announcer looked at him with wide eyes. You want a greatsword? He asked for confirmation. Yes, Yuan nodded calmly. After all, Li Jinshi's sword resembled his Empyrean overlord more than his current sword that had a thin blade in comparison, and there was simply no way that he would be able to defend against her attacks with such a sword. A few minutes later, they handed Yuan a greatsword that was just like the one wielded by Li Jinshi. It's heavy, the announcer warned him. Yuan nodded as he grabbed the handle and waved it around casually. It's not that bad, Yuan thought to himself. The sword itself weighed around 100 kilos. But Yuan was a spirit master, not to mention his body that had been strengthened by the golden symbols, so it didn't feel any different than wielding a normal sword. Of course, both Li Jinshi and Yuan could wield much heavier swords, but that would be an unfair advantage since the others could only wield weapons at around 50 kilos. Since when can he use greatswords? Wang Ming mumbled to himself. Although greatswords and long swords are considered as swords, they require different techniques to wield properly. I'm ready, Yuan said after getting comfortable with the sword. The announcer nodded and started the fight shortly after. However, neither Yuan nor Li Jinshi moved from their spots. After a moment of silence, Li Jinshi lifted her sword and pointed it at Yuan. Don't disappoint me, she said in a calm voice. I will try my best not to, Yuan said. The next moment they both moved at the same time, running straight into each other. Li Jinshi swung her sword at Yuan with half of her strength to test Yuan's capabilities. Yuan also swung his sword, accepting Li Jinshi's attack head-on, something most people wouldn't dare to attempt. Clang, the air vibrated when their swords collided, causing the spectators' hearts to tremble. However, neither Yuan nor Li Jinshi moved from their spot. A cold grin appeared on Li Jinshi's smile when she felt the force behind Yuan's attack, looking like she'd just found her perfect prey. Let's dance! She suddenly shouted, her voice filled with excitement. Chapter 570, Fighting Li Jinshi. Clang, clang, clang. Yuan and Li Jinshi continued to swing their large swords at each other for many minutes, but neither of them was using their full strength just yet, as they were gradually increasing their strength to match each other. Heavens, how is he defending against Li Jinshi's attacks head-on? Does he also have a unique physique that gives him tyrannical strength? The spectators were shocked to witness Yuan fighting Li Jinshi on equal terms, something none of them have seen before. Who do you think will win this fight? Senior Wang asked the other grand elders. It's hard to tell. While we know Li Jinshi's full strength, we don't really know Taoist Yuan's full potential, Senior Shi said. That is indeed true. For example, I could have never predicted that he had the strength to fight Li Jinshi head-on. I wonder if he also has a divine body. Considering how many talents he already has, it's not that crazy of an idea. Just what is he made out of? He's the definition of a flawless entity created by the heavens just to mess with everyone else. Meanwhile, on the stage, Li Jinshi started laughing. Finally, I have been waiting for someone like you. Someone that I can fight to my heart's content without worrying that you die in a single hit. Clang. Yuan was pushed back a full meter when Li Jinshi started fighting for real. What a heavy strike, Yuan cried inwardly, his entire arm shaking afterward, feeling like he'd just struck an immovable mountain. What should I do? I'm a little behind in terms of raw strength. Yuan pondered as he looked at Li Jinshi, who was glaring at him like a tiger before its prey. What are you waiting for? Are you too afraid to continue? I can tell that you're weaker than me in terms of strength. Li Jinshi said to him. Yuan remained silent. There was a good chance that his movement technique wouldn't work on her, who has very keen eyes and a fast reaction, not to mention her weird sword technique that allows her to change her sword's direction at will. This is fun. A wide smile appeared on his face as he has never fought against such an opponent before. It was at this moment that Yuan felt a surge of energy bursting from somewhere within his body, making him feel like he was invincible. However, this energy gave him more than just strength and confidence. It also gave him an uncontrollable urge to destroy everything in his path. And, unbeknownst to Yuan, his body began emitting a golden aura that chilled the atmosphere there. You! Li Jinxi's eyes widened when she felt this aura that resembled that of a powerful beast. "Am I seeing things, or is he currently glowing?" someone asked out loud. "I see it too." "What kind of technique is he using?" "Heavens, my body is shivering uncontrollably for some reason." "You too, my body is also shaking." No matter who was there, they were all trembling in fear for some reason. "I have a bad feeling about this." Senior Wang mumbled in a low voice as she stared at Yuan's still figure. Li Jinxi looked at her trembling hands that made it difficult for her to even hold her sword. "What is this feeling?" she wondered to herself. Meanwhile, Yuan tightened his grip on the sword before slowly walking towards Li Jinxi, snapping her out of her daze. Li Jinxi gritted her teeth to stop the trembling, but when that didn't work, she bit on her lips until it began bleeding, forcibly stopping her trembling with pain. "Don't get too full of yourself," Li Jinxi shouted before running at Yuan. Once she was in range, Li Jinxi swung her huge sword at Yuan Klang. What? Li Jinxi's eyes widened with shock when Yuan defended against her attack with a single hand holding his sword, and he was doing it with seemingly no effort at all. Li Jinxi was in disbelief, so she tried to overpower him by pressing her sword down with all of her might. However, Yuan's sword remained as still as a mountain. Che. Li Jinxi suddenly jumped back to distance herself from Yuan. "Don't blame me if you get hurt," Li Jinxi shouted at him before releasing a beastly roar that shook the air around them. The next moment, her eyes began glowing red with her body emitting a bloodthirsty aura. Senior Li stood from his seat with a worried expression on his face when he saw Li Jinxi use this unknown technique. "Aya, what is that troublemaker doing?" "I specifically told her to not use that technique during this competition," he sighed out loud. The other Grand Elders looked at him with their eyebrows raised. This is their first time seeing Li Jinxi use such a technique. What technique is she using? Senior Li sighed again before speaking. "It's an ancient technique from our family that allows one to increase their body's limits while boosting their overall prowess for a short amount of time. It's a very overbearing technique that nobody in our family has managed to learn since ancient times because our bodies could not handle the stress, at least until Li Jinxi's appearance. However, even she cannot control the technique very well. She has gone on a rampage a couple of times after using that technique, and it would take almost every expert in the family to calm her down afterward. We need to prepare ourselves to go down there when she loses control." Good Lord, the Grand Elders were speechless. Yuan Meixiu looked at his figure with a worried look on her face after hearing Senior Li's words. Meanwhile, Yuan remained calm despite Li Jinxi's threatening aura. "Are you ready?" he asked her in a calm voice. Li Jinxi responded to his question by running at him with her sword raised. "Let's see if you can handle this." Li Jinxi swung her sword at him that had enough force to instantly crush a metal ball the size of a large boulder. Yuan tightened his grip on his sword before intercepting Li Jinxi's attack. Clang, the entire platform shook from their impact. The next second, Li Jinxi's figure could be seen flying off the platform and into the spectators' area, shocking everybody there. Impossible? Senior Li muttered in disbelief when he witnessed the results. Not only did Yuan manage to defend against Li Jinxi, who had her overall prowess boosted by their family's ancient technique, he completely overpowered her. Yuan looked at his great sword afterward, which was snapped in half from the impact. What is this feeling? He wondered to himself as the overwhelming energy in his body began disappearing shortly after the fight. "Winner, Yuan?" the announcer said out loud after realizing that the fight had ended. The spectators began cheering out loud. Meanwhile, the doctors went to check on Li Jinxi's condition, who was only knocked unconscious with a couple of minor injuries. "Young Master Yuan, do you have any words to say?" The announcer handed Yuan a microphone. Yuan subconsciously accepted the microphone, but he had nothing in mind. Chapter 1571, Tribulation. Thank you for letting me fight here today. It was a wonderful experience, Yuan said to the microphone before handing it back to the announcer and walking off the stage. Yuan, what kind of technique was that? I have never seen anyone dominate Li Jinshi in such a manner before. Wang Ming approached him with a look of disbelief on his face. Technique? That wasn't a technique, at least I don't think so, Yuan said. In fact, even he doesn't know what that power was. It came suddenly and disappeared as quickly. And even though it gave him incredible strength, Yuan regretted that he wouldn't be able to fight Li Jinshi properly. Is there anyone out there that can push me to my limits? Yuan sighed inwardly. At this rate, he will have to play Cultivation online if he wants to fight any worthy opponents. After the tournament, Yuan regrouped with the others. Congratulations, Brother Yuan. You were very handsome on the stage. Chu Liuxiang said to him. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Taoist Yuan, what was that golden aura around you? It felt kind of similar to Li Jinxi's technique at the end. Senior Li asked him, Sorry, but I don't know. Yuan shook his head. The Grand Elders didn't say anything else, as they believed that Yuan wanted to keep his secrets to himself, which was a normal thing to do. Regardless, it was refreshing to see Li Jinshi being on the receiving end of the beatdown, since she's usually the one beating her opponents. Senior Li laughed out loud, despite talking about his own granddaughter, Taoist Yuan. It wasn't mentioned during the competition, but the winners granted a free cultivation technique from either of our 6 spiritual family. Senior Wang said to him a moment later. Now that you mention it, I have yet to take a look at the techniques, Yuan said, as he'd been too busy training. It's fine, you have plenty of time. After talking for a few minutes, Yuan prepared to return to the immortal caves with the others. However, right as they were about to leave, someone shouted, I demand a rematch. Yuan turned around to see Li Jinshi, who had woken up just recently, standing behind them with an unsatisfied expression on her beautifully cold face, clearly not happy about the results of the match. I didn't even get the chance to fight you properly. I demand a rematch, she repeated. Yuan then said, I also wasn't satisfied with the results, but the competition is already over. If you'd like, we can have our rematch on another day. Li Jinshi remained silent for a moment before nodding her head. Tomorrow. How about the day after tomorrow? I plan on looking at the techniques tomorrow, he suggested. It's a promise, she said. Yes. Afterward, Yuan left the scene with the others, going straight to the Silver Restaurant for some food before returning to the Immortal Caves after they finished dinner. Yuan tried to activate the golden aura he'd experienced today during his fight with Li Jinshi, but he was unsuccessful. Just what was that? How do I activate such a power, Yuan wondered to himself as he laid on the bed with Chu Liuxiang before falling asleep. During his sleep, Yuan had a dream. However, he was alone and surrounded by darkness, almost like he was in the middle of a black hole. Where am I? He wondered out loud. Do you seek power? A deep voice suddenly resounded, causing Yuan to raise his eyebrows. Who's there? He asked loudly. Why else would I be here? Another voice answered, but it sounded like it was answering to the deep voice, and it sounded like the handsome man from Yuan's dreams. Are you willing to sacrifice everything, including your own life? The deep voice continued. I am. Then follow me. The voices disappeared shortly after, and lights began flickering in the distance, resembling stars, quickly filling the void and turning it into the starry sky. Yuan suddenly felt a presence behind him, causing him to turn around. It's been a while. The handsome man reappeared before Yuan again. You're really random and confusing, you know that, right? Yuan said to him, I have no control over my appearance, nor do I control your dreams. After a moment of silence, Yuan asked, Hey, do you know what that golden aura was today? Of course, to Yuan's surprise, the handsome man immediately acknowledged it. What is that power? It filled my body with overwhelming strength, but at the same time it also gave me an uncontrollable desire to fight. I was barely able to control myself today when I fought Li Jinshi, and that feeling lingered even after the fight, but the power was no longer there. The handsome man smiled and said, "Do you like it? The feeling of power, the feeling of being invincible. You have just experienced true power today, but that is only a small fraction of its full power." "That doesn't answer my question. Just what is that power?" Yuan asked again. "That power is the reason for your existence, our existence. You will eventually remember, but that time is not now, so I cannot answer your question as I do not know the answer." "Then do you know how I can use that power again?" "You're too weak to control that power. The fact you managed to use it today without facing any backlash is already a miracle. Don't worry, you'll eventually remember how to use it." The handsome man then turned around and disappeared into the void. However, his voice resounded even after he disappeared. "You should prepare yourself. Your first tribulation will arrive soon." "Tribulation? What are you talking about?" "Everything comes with a price, especially power." The dream ended with that sentence, and Yuan woke up the next moment. "Tribulation? How am I supposed to prepare myself for something I know nothing about?" "That's impossible." Yuan sighed to himself. Chapter 572. Curse. After waking up, Yuan quietly left the bedroom and went outside the immortal caves, but it was still completely dark outside. Clearly, he'd woken up earlier than usual. He then walked to the small pavilion located right next to the immortal caves and took a seat underneath it. "Just who am I?" he mumbled in a low voice. Although he has pondered about his purpose in life many times throughout his life, he has never once questioned his identity. However, ever since he started having these dreams, he found himself questioning his identity more and more often. Who are my parents? Why did they abandon me? Am I really the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator, or am I merely going crazy? Yuan sat underneath this pavilion for an unknown amount of time, silently pondering about his own identity and his reason for existing. Eventually, the sun began rising. Ding! When the sun just peeked over the horizon, Yuan heard a beautiful and familiar-sounding noise coming from somewhere not too far away from him, causing him to snap out of his daze. This sound, "Someone is playing the zither." Yuan subconsciously stood up and began following the direction of the sound. After walking for a few minutes, he arrived in a secluded area behind the immortal caves, where a young woman was sitting on top of a large boulder playing with a wooden zither on her lap, her eyes completely closed. Ding! Yuan didn't immediately approach this young woman, as he was afraid of disturbing her, so he stood there quietly, enjoying the young woman's zither performance that was incredibly skillful, comparable to even Fei Yuan from the Dragon Essence Temple. The song lasted for a little over 5 minutes, and once the young woman stopped her performance, she turned to face Yuan's direction, but her eyes remained close. "Who's there?" she asked in a gentle and soothing voice. "Sorry, did I disturb you? My name is Yuan. Yuan, I am not familiar with your name. Are you new here?" "Yes, you can say that." "Then how may I help you? You have been standing there for a while now. Your music brought me here. You're playing the zither, right? This is my first time seeing someone playing the zither, and I doubted my hearing at first, so I came here to confirm my suspicions. You are familiar with the sound of a zither? How unusual." "Yes, somewhat. I also enjoy playing the zither, after all. Eh? You also play the zither?" The young woman expressed surprise after learning this information. "Yes." Yuan nodded, even though he only touched the zither in Cultivation Online. "If that's true, why don't you play a song for me, Yuan?" The young woman suddenly offered her zither to him. It was obvious that this young woman didn't believe Yuan when he said that he also played the zither. After all, the zither is known as a cursed instrument, and she has never met anyone else that would dare to play the zither besides herself. Sure. Yuan approached the young woman and accepted the zither without caring about the curse. He then took a seat on the soft ground and placed the zither on his lap in a calm and smooth manner. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began pulling the strings on the zither, playing a song that he'd learned from Fei Yuan. The young woman remained silent throughout the whole song. But it was not because she wasn't impressed. Instead, she was shocked speechless by Yuan's flawless performance. What do you think? Yuan asked the young woman after his performance. After a moment of silence, she responded in a dazed voice. "Where did you learn how to play the zither?" "I learned it from a friend in Cultivation Online," he answered. "Cultivation Online?" The young woman tilted her head, looking a little confused, almost like this was her first time hearing about Cultivation Online. "You don't know about Cultivation Online? It's one of, if not the most popular game in the world right now," Yuan said to her with a dumbfounded look on his face. He didn't think that there would still be people in this world that hasn't heard of Cultivation Online. "I'm sorry, but I usually spend most of my time alone practicing the zither, so I don't know much, and I don't play video games." She shook her head. "Well, Cultivation Online is..." Yuan proceeded to give this young woman a brief explanation of Cultivation Online and its unique world. "Wow, it seems like a wonderful game. So there are many zither players in Cultivation Online?" "I think so. There were a few thousand participants at a zither competition that I also participated in." "A zither competition, huh? I would love to participate in something like that. After all, no matter how much I enjoy playing the zither or how much passion I have for the instrument, it does get boring when nobody around me dares to even touch the zither, much less play it." The young woman sighed, and she continued in a bitter voice. "Sometimes it feels like I am the only person in this world playing the zither. However, I am glad that's not the case, since you've proven to me that there are others out there that also play the zither." "Thank you, Yuan, for coming here today. No, I should be thanking you for proving to me that the curse isn't real. I have been told that the zither is cursed in this world, and everyone that plays it will encounter misfortune, but that doesn't seem to be the case," Yuan said to her. However, the young woman remained silent with a perplexed expression on her face. After a moment of silence, she said, "About that." She pointed at her closed eyes and said, "I don't want to scare you, but I lost my vision shortly after I started playing the zither, and I was born with perfect vision." "What?" Yuan muttered in a dazed manner, Chapter 573, Azure. "You sound surprised," the young woman said after hearing his dazed mumble, and she continued, "Don't you also play the zither? Did nothing happen to you? As far as I am aware, everyone that plays the zither has encountered misfortune that ruined their lives one way or another." After a long moment, Yuan said, I learned to play the zither inside Cultivation Online, where such a curse doesn't exist. In fact, this is my first time playing with a zither in this world." The young woman covered her mouth in a shocked manner. "Why didn't you say so before I handed you the zither? And why did you accept it? Now you'll also be met with misfortune," the young woman said to him in a worried voice as she felt responsible for handing him the zither. Yuan chuckled and said, "You don't have to worry about me. I don't think playing a single song will affect me. Furthermore, he is already afflicted with many powerful curses, so having another one won't really matter to him. If you don't mind me asking, why are you still playing the zither despite the curse that took away your vision?" Yuan asked her afterward. "It's simple. I love the zither too much to let it go. It can take away my vision, but as long as I get to continue playing the zither, I don't mind some sacrifices," she responded in a calm voice. Yuan was left speechless by her words. He has never seen anyone so dedicated and passionate about an instrument before. If he was in her shoes, he would gladly give up playing instruments for his vision back. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Then can you tell me a little more about the curse? You said that you lost your vision shortly after playing the zither. How did it happen?" The young woman shook her head and said, "I don't know. All I know is that I went to sleep one night like usual. But when I woke up the next day, my vision was gone. I went to get my eyes checked by many professionals, but to my surprise, all of the doctors said that my eyes were normal and that they couldn't understand why I suddenly lost my vision." Yuan's body trembled when he heard her explanation, as it sounded oddly familiar for some reason. Her situation sounds exactly like mine, Yuan thought to himself, as he could still remember waking up one day with his vision suddenly gone. And just like the young woman, the Yu family flew him around the world to get his eyes checked by all of the best doctors in the world, but none of them were able to pinpoint the issue. Eventually, his body also stopped functioning, forcing him to become a cripple who can do nothing but breathe and speak. But can one even consider that as living? Have you tried not playing the zither to see if your vision would return? Yuan suddenly asked. I didn't play the zither for a whole year after losing my vision, but the damage was already done, so I decided to continue playing the zither. After all, I didn't sacrifice my vision just to stop playing afterward. I don't need my vision to play anyway. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face. Indeed, one doesn't need any vision to play an instrument. He knew that very well as someone that was forced to continue playing instruments until he could no longer even lift a finger. Aren't you worried that the curse might take away your vision as well? The young woman suddenly asked him. My vision? Yuan laughed a little before continuing. It can't take away something that I don't have, eh? The young woman released a surprised noise. You're also blind? She subconsciously asked. Yes, I have been blind since I was young. Was it caused by an accident, or? Nope. Perhaps I was cursed just like you? But I didn't play the zither back then. What do you mean, just like me? She asked, with her head tilted. I also woke up one day to find out that I'd lost my vision. I don't know what to say, the young woman mumbled in a low voice. After a moment of silence, the woman suddenly asked, If you don't mind, can I touch your face? You want to touch my face? Why? Yuan raised his eyebrows at her special request. I want to visualize your appearance. I can't see, so I have to resort to touching everything to visualize it inside my head, she explained. Yuan remained silent for a moment. He then used his divine sense to make sure that they were alone. Once he confirmed that they were the only presence there, Yuan removed his mask and approached her. Go ahead. Thank you. The young woman jumped off the boulder and proceeded to feel every inch of Yuan's face with both of her small and soft hands. It was a little awkward at first for Yuan, but it wasn't anything he couldn't endure, and he quickly got used to it. Thank you. I have a pretty good visualization of your face now. You're quite the handsome young man, aren't you, Yuan? The young woman chuckled a few minutes later. She suddenly grabbed his hands and placed them on her face and continued. Here, you can touch my face in return. I don't really need to do that since I can see your face, he said. Eh? I thought you were blind? The young woman raised her eyebrows. I am, but I have another method that allows me to see. How does that work? She asked, feeling even more confused. It's called divine sense. It not only allows me to see everything perfectly, but I can even see things more clearly and with more details, something that isn't normally possible with the bare eyes, he briefly explained. Wow, that sounds wonderful. Do you think you can teach me such a technique? Well, it's not that I don't want to, but in order to use this technique, you will need a very high cultivation base, preferably spirit master. That's a pity. I am only a spirit apprentice. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Azure, and I am part of the Wang family, she introduced herself. Chapter 574, Promise. Azure? Is that your nickname? Yuan asked her, as it was a weird name to have for someone part of the Wang family. Azure chuckled like a fairy before speaking. No, that's my real name. I belong to the Wang family, but I do not share the same blood as them. In other words, I was adopted, and Azure was what the kids at the orphanage would call me, so I stuck to it. She's also adopted? Yuan's mouth opened a little from surprise. This is the first time that he can relate to someone so well. Not only were they both orphans, but both of them became sick out of the blue and without any logical explanation. Not to mention that they also played the zither. It was almost as if Yuan was standing in front of a mirror right now. Anyways, I have to go now. It was nice speaking with you, Yuan. If you are free in the future, let's play the zither together. I don't normally play outside, but since you're here, I will come outside more often. Okay. Yuan immediately nodded. How about tomorrow? She then asked. Same time? Yuan asked. Same time. Then, it's a promise. See you tomorrow. Azure then picked up her zither and left the place shortly after. But she didn't forget to wave at Yuan before she left. Once Azure left the scene, Yuan returned to the Immortal Caves. Where did you go? "You've been gone all night, according to Sebastian," Chu Liuxiang asked him when he returned. I woke up early and couldn't go back to sleep, so I went outside for some fresh air," he said. Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows slightly, but she didn't question him any further. "What are we going to do today?" she then asked. "I'm going to take a look at the 6 spiritual families' cultivation techniques and see if they have anything interesting," he said. Chu Liuxiang shook her head and said, "Brother Yuan, I suggest that you don't accept any cultivation techniques from them." "Eh? Why not?" Yuan immediately asked. "Because you'll owe them if you do. Even though you won the competition and are entitled to a cultivation technique, I wouldn't accept anything from them if you do not intend on joining their faction, as that will only make it harder for you to leave them." Chu Liuxiang explained to him, "That makes sense." Yuan nodded, and he continued, "Well, I'm mostly going there to see what they have, but I will keep that in mind. I doubt they'll have any cultivation technique that I cannot find in Cultivation Online." Sometime later, they went to get some breakfast at the Silver Restaurant before making their way to the building that stored the cultivation techniques after asking around for directions. "This place is smaller than I had anticipated." Yuan mumbled in a low voice as they approached a small pagoda that only had 1 floor. "Hello, I am Yuan, and I am here to look at the cultivation techniques," Yuan said to the guards standing in front of the heavily guarded pagoda. The guard in the front nodded his head and said, "I have already been notified by the Grand Elders about your situation. Please follow me." However, the guard stopped when he noticed that Mikshu and the others were also following them. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but only Taoist Yuan has clearance to enter the building. The rest of you are not allowed to follow him inside." After all, Mikshu was only his caretaker, and Chu Liuxiang was an uninvited guest at the Jaded Garden. If not for Yuan, Chu Liuxiang would not have been allowed to stay for so long. "I understand. We'll wait for you out here," Mikshu said to Yuan. Yuan nodded and said, "I won't take long." He then entered the building with the guard while the others remained outside. What a bummer. I wanted to see how the 6 spiritual families' cultivation techniques compare to our Chu family's collection. Chu Liuxiang shrugged. "Anyway, since we're alone, why don't we have a little chat?" She then turned to look at Mikshu. "I have nothing interesting to say." Mikshu immediately said. Chu Liuxiang chuckled and said, "That's perfectly fine. We're going to be talking about Brother Yuan anyway. Let's start with what we like the most about him." Mikshu was speechless. Does she really have to participate in such an embarrassing topic? Meanwhile, inside the pagoda, Yuan was stunned to see how few cultivation techniques there were in this place. "Is this all of the techniques on this floor?" Yuan asked the guard as he pointed at the bookshelf in the middle of the room that contained about 20 cultivation techniques. "Yes," the guard nodded, and he continued, "Don't let the quantity fool you, Taoist Yuan. These cultivation techniques were not taken from Cultivation Online. They have been with the 6 spiritual families for many generations now, and before Cultivation Online came into existence, cultivation techniques were incredibly rare." "That makes sense," Yuan nodded. Does this mean you guys keep the cultivation techniques acquired from Cultivation Online in a separate place?" "Yes. They are located in the public library for all disciples to access. Of course, the stronger cultivation techniques are only accessible by higher-ranking disciples. As for these cultivation techniques, even if some of them are not as powerful as the cultivation techniques from Cultivation Online, they are greatly valued by the 6 spiritual families due to their origin and history. Usually, only elite disciples or children directly from one of the 6 spiritual families are allowed to choose a cultivation technique from this place. Anyways, take your time. I will be over here if you have any questions." "Okay." Yuan then approached the bookshelf located in the center of the room and started looking through all of the cultivation techniques there. "Oh, is this the sword technique used by Wang Ming during our first fight? So it was called Sword of Dominance, huh? What a domineering name. Very fitting for such a powerful strike." Yuan looked at the technique while trying his best to not accidentally learn them as he does in Cultivation Online. Chapter 575, Rematch, Herm. Are these techniques too lackluster, or am I simply too spoiled by the techniques in Cultivation Online? Despite looking through all of the techniques, Yuan didn't find any interest in them. Have you found a suitable technique, Taoist Yuan? The guard asked him when Yuan returned to him. No, he shook his head. Is there something wrong with the techniques? The guard raised his eyebrows. Not really, I am just not interested in them. That's unfortunate. I guess they are too weak compared to Taoist Yuan's techniques. If you ever change your mind, you can come back here at any time. Thank you. After spending about half an hour inside the pagoda, Yuan left the place empty-handed. You're out already? That was quicker than I'd anticipated. Chu Liuxiang said when he returned. Where's your cultivation technique? Meichu asked him. I didn't pick a technique, mostly because I already have more powerful techniques, he said. That makes sense. I doubt you'll be able to find a cultivation technique more powerful than divine rank in this world. Yuan shook his head and said, I don't think the ranks are an issue, since Flying Dagger is only a mortal rank technique. I guess I just don't have any need for them, and there's no point in me learning them if I'm not going to use them. What are we going to do now? Meixiu then asked. Let's just go home for today. I have an appointment with Li Jinshi tomorrow, he said. That barbaric girl? Just don't overdo it, Brother Yuan. You were a little bit scary the last time you fought her. Chu Liuxiang said. Scary? How so? Yuan asked. Well, you felt like an entirely different person. I was really worried that something might have happened to you. I'm sorry for making you worried, but that probably won't happen again. The next day, they made their way to the Wang family's living quarters. Welcome, Yuan. Wang Ming went to greet them when he heard that they have arrived. Hey, Wang Ming. It feels weird to see you anywhere besides the training building, Yuan said. Ha ha ha, I only go there for you. If you're not there, I have no reason to be there. I mostly spend my time practicing by myself at home, he said. Anyways, you wanted to watch my rematch against Li Jinshi, right? I'm about to head to the Li family. You still coming? Yuan then asked him, Of course, give me a moment. I'm going to see if my elder sister would also like to come. He nodded. Wang Ming then ran off for a few minutes before returning with his elder sister, Wang Bingbing. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Bingbing, my elder sister. Hello. It's a pleasure to finally speak with you, Senior Yuan. Wang Bingbing bowed to him in a formal manner. You can just call me Yuan, he said. Once they were prepared, they all made their way to the Li family. And to their surprise, Li Jinshi was already standing at the gate and waiting for them. Took you long enough. I thought you had forgotten about our rematch, Li Jinshi said to them with a slight frown on her face. Li Jinshi, it's still early in the morning, or did you expect us to show up at sunrise? Wang Ming shook his head. Well, I have been standing here since sunrise, she said, dumbfounding them. You're too eager to fight Yuan again, acting like a child the day before the amusement park. Wang Ming chuckled, as he has never seen Li Jinshi acting in such a manner before. I dare you to repeat that. Li Jinshi stared at him with an angry look on her face. Wang Ming immediately regretted making fun of Li Jinshi and took a step back before speaking with a stiff smile on his face. I was only joking, senior sister. Please ignore me. Li Jinshi coldly snorted before turning to look at Yuan. Are you ready? Yes. Where are we going to fight? Follow me. Li Jinshi proceeded to lead them to a spacious area a few miles behind her living quarters. This place, what happened here? Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw the destructive scene there. There were crushed boulders and craters on the ground everywhere, looking like multiple natural disasters had occurred in this place. This is my training area, so we don't have to worry about making a mess, she said in a calm voice. Yuan and the others swallowed nervously as they tried to imagine how Li Jinshi trained to make such a mess. Oh, you're finally here. Welcome. A voice suddenly resounded from behind them. They turned around to see Senior Li approaching them. I will be present to oversee the rematch just in case the fight gets out of control, he said. Sorry for bothering you, Yuan said. Ha ha ha, this is no bother at all. Senior Li casually waved his hand at all. Sometime later, Li Jinshi handed Yuan a greatsword while wielding one herself. "Before you start, let's make a few rules, Li Jinshi. You are not allowed to use your berserk technique. As for Taoist Yuan, don't worry, I won't use that golden aura. Although I cannot control it, I will immediately stop fighting when it happens," he said. "All right." Senior Li nodded. Once they were prepared, Yuan and Li Jinshi began their rematch, and the place quickly became filled with loud noises from their swords colliding with each other. "Ha ha ha ha! This is it! I haven't had a wink of sleep ever since our fight, Yuan." Li Jinshi laughed as she swung with all of her might. Bang! The air shook as Yuan blocked the attack head-on. "I have also been looking forward to this rematch. Let's do our best, clang, bang, clang." Heavens, is it just me, or are they even fiercer than they were during the competition? Wang Ming asked the others in a low voice. Now that they are aware of each other's strength, there is no longer any reason for them to hold back against each other. Senior Li responded with a smile on his face as he looked at the joyous expression on Li Jinshi's face as she fought Yuan chapter 576. "You can open your eyes." Ha! Bang! The ground shook as Li Jinshi struck the ground with her greatsword, creating a large crack in the earth, but she immediately pulled it back out to defend against Yuan's attack. Dong! Li Jinshi was sent flying for a few meters before stabilizing herself. Once she stabilized herself, she immediately rushed at Yuan again. How long are they going to keep this up? It's already been 3 hours since they started fighting. Wang Ming suddenly muttered, "I think the better question is, how much stamina do they have to continuously go at each other in such an aggressive fashion for so long without any breaks? I would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago." Wang Bingbing said, "Ridiculous strength requires a ridiculous amount of stamina to back up that strength, so it's not unnatural for them to have so much stamina." Senior Li said, "It's no wonder why she wasn't satisfied after the competition when their match only lasted for a couple of minutes." Wang Ming said after fighting for another 2 hours. Yuan dropped his sword and said, "Stop! I give up! I am too exhausted to continue!" He then collapsed onto the ground in a similar manner and began gasping for air. Li Jinshi stopped moving and stood there with her entire body covered in sweat, looking like someone had poured a few buckets of water on her body recently. She then stabbed her sword into the ground before falling onto her buttocks. "Wow, Yuan actually lost to Li Jinshi?" Wang Ming mumbled in a dazed voice. Besides Mishu and Chu Liuxiang, nobody there was aware that Yuan had only started moving his body recently after spending many years on the bed as a cripple who couldn't move even a finger. It was already a miracle that he lasted this long. Meanwhile, Li Jinshi has been training her body ever since she was young, and coupled with her unique physique, it was only natural for her to beat Yuan when it came to endurance. However, neither of them cared about the result of their rematch, as they were already more than satisfied from the fight itself. As for Li Jinshi, she only wanted the rematch because she wanted to fight with Yuan, not because she wanted to win. "Are you both okay?" Senior Li approached them a few moments later. "Yes, just give me a few minutes." Yuan struggled to speak due to exhaustion. "Take all the time you need, Taoist Yuan," Senior Li chuckled. In the end, it took Yuan almost half an hour to recover enough energy to stand up again. As for Li Jinshi, it only took her half the time. "I have never been this exhausted before. You're really a good opponent," Yuan said to Li Jinshi afterward. "Likewise, you're the only one who can push me this far," Li Jinshi said. "If you don't mind me asking, do you temper your body for training?" Yuan suddenly asked her. "Yes, I do." "Does that involve bathing in treasures with spiritual energy?" "It does, but we mostly use herbs and medicine since actual treasures are too rare." "So treasures really exist in this world?" Yuan mumbled in a low voice. "Ha, of course they exist, Taoist Yuan. If you'd like, I can show you a few later," Senior Li said to him. "Really?" "Yes, but I must warn you beforehand that they're not as impressive as the treasures you find in Cultivation online." "That's perfectly fine." Sometime later, they returned to the Li family's living quarters. Taoist Yuan, you can use our bathroom to clean yourself. I will give you some temporary clothes for today. Senior Li said to him, "Thank you." He nodded. After Li Jinshi showed him the bathroom, Yuan removed his sweat-soaked clothes and quickly washed his body before entering the large bathtub to relax in the warm water that had been prepared beforehand. Ah, this feels great, especially after such an intensive workout. Yuan released a deep sigh as he sunk his body deeper into the water. Suddenly, the door to the bathroom opened and a figure casually walked inside. Yuan immediately panicked as he'd removed his mask before entering the bathtub since he didn't expect any visitors. "Who's there?" he shouted as he turned his back to the door so that they wouldn't be able to see his face. It's just me," Li Jinshi's voice casually responded. "Li Jinshi?" Yuan quickly used his divine sense, and sure enough, Li Jinshi was the intruder, and she appeared to be completely naked. What are you doing in here?" "What else? I was also soaked in sweat after our fight, so I came here to wash myself." Li Jinshi rinsed her body as she spoke. Yuan was speechless. She couldn't wait until he was done. And surely they must have another bathroom within these large living quarters, so why did she purposefully pick the one that was already occupied? After rinsing her body, she began washing her body with soap that gave off a sweet fragrance. Unbeknownst to Yuan, this bathroom was Li Jinshi's personal bathroom, so nobody uses it besides Li Jinshi herself. Furthermore, Li Jinshi wasn't the type to be shy, nor does she care about others seeing her body. Hence why she showed up even though it was clearly occupied. However, that didn't mean Li Jinshi would be okay with sharing the bathroom with just anyone, as only those she approves of would receive this kind of special treatment, and in the entire Jaded Garden, Yuan was the only man that she approves of. After washing herself, Li Jinshi approached the bathtub that had more than enough room to fit 10 people, casually submerging herself in the warm water. She turned to look at Yuan, who was facing her with his back, and said in a nonchalant voice, "I don't care about your identity or your background, so you can relax. Even if I see your face, I won't tell anyone." After a moment of silence, Yuan turned around and showed his face to Li Jinshi. Seeing his closed eyes, she continued, "You can also open your eyes. I don't mind if you see my body. I have nothing to be ashamed of anyway." I cannot open my eyes because I'm actually blind." Yuan revealed to her, "What?" As expected, Li Jinshi's eyes widened with shock when she heard this information. You're blind? H? How is that possible?" Clearly, she was in disbelief. After all, how can a blind man move around without any support, much less fight with the powerful cultivators? That didn't make any sense. Chapter 577, Sharing the Bathtub. You can't be blind. You're definitely joking with me," Li Jinshi said to him after snapping out of her daze, refusing to believe that she'd been fighting with a blind man this entire time. "I am serious," Yuan said. He then opened his eyelids with his hands, revealing his blank eyes that lacked any light to her. Li Jinshi covered her mouth and mumbled, Then how are you moving around like you can see? Nobody would believe that you're blind with how you move around and fight." "I can use divine sense, allowing me to see things around me. But I can only see a few meters away from me, however. Despite the limited range, I can see things clearer than others," he said. "Divine sense? I think I have heard of that before in Cultivation online. To think you can use such a technique in this world as well, you're really something else." If word gets out that Yuan is actually blind, who knows how they will react, Li Jinshi thought to herself. After a moment of silence, Li Jinshi spoke. "Hey, you're interested in body tempering, right? Do you want to try it?" "Huh? I'm asking if you want to try tempering your body. I always have some medicine and herbs prepared. We can do it right now if you wish." "Right now, yes. Give me a moment." Li Jinshi then got out of the bathtub and walked to the cabinet located at the corner of the room, retrieving a handful of medicines. She then returned to the bathtub and tossed all of the medicine in the water. Once the medicine was floating on the water, Li Jinshi went to press a switch that was at the side of the bathtub. "The water will get a little hot in a minute. If you cannot endure it, let me know," she said to him as she climbed back into the bathtub. "Once your body starts to feel a little tingly, start cultivating and absorb the medicine. It's going to be a little painful if this is your first time tempering your body. Okay?" Yuan nodded. A minute later, when the water reached almost boiling point, the clear water began turning green, and Yuan could feel a slight tingling sensation all over his body. He immediately started cultivating and absorbing the medicine in the bathtub, as did Li Jinqi. "This isn't that bad. In fact, the pain is nothing compared to the bath Feng Feng prepared for me." Yuan thought to himself, after all, the treasures that Feng Yuxiang had used for his bath were countless times more valuable than the medicine that Li Jinqi used. "How are you feeling?" Li Jinqi asked him a few minutes later. "It's manageable," he calmly replied. "Good. The medicine should last us about half an hour, since there are two of us absorbing the medicine." The next 30 minutes inside the bathroom was completely silent as Yuan and Li Jinqi tempered their bodies in the same bathtub. 30 minutes later, Li Jinqi stood up with her pale skin slightly rosy and said, "The medicine is gone, but if you want to temper yourself more, you can simply put more medicine into the bathtub. I will leave first." "I will also leave." Yuan left the bathroom shortly after Li Jinqi left, changing into the Li family's clothes that had been provided to him. "What do you think?" Li Jinqi asked him afterward. "I don't know. My body doesn't feel any different once I left the bathtub," he said. "Obviously, you've only tempered your body for a few minutes. If you want to see some real results, you will need to do that for at least a few hours every day. I'm asking how you feel about tempering your body." "I would do it every day, but acquiring the medicine to do that is a different story. I don't even know where to obtain the medicine," he sighed. "If you're worried about not having enough resources, you can speak with the Hong family. They're the ones who provide us with our medicine. They should also have the solution to your problem," Li Jinqi said to him. "Okay, I will visit them when I have the chance." They reunited with the others a few minutes later. "Where did you go? It's been almost an hour since you went to clean yourself." Senior Li asked Li Jinqi. Yuan seemed interested in tempering his body, so I showed him how to do it, and we ended up tempering our body together. Li Jinqi responded in a casual manner. "Huh?" Senior Li raised his eyebrows at his granddaughter. You what?" Wang Ming looked at them with her eyes wide open. "Di, does this mean you shared the same bathtub?" he proceeded to ask them. "Yes, we did," Li Jinqi responded in a nonchalant manner. The room immediately turned dead silent, with everyone there, too, speechless to respond. As for Mishu, although she was surprised to learn that Yuan had shared a bathtub with Li Jinqi, she wasn't worried that they might have done something naughty, as Yuan wasn't the type to do something like that, nor does he have the knowledge to do so. Sharing the same bathtub. Even I haven't done that with brother Yuan. Chu Liuxiang cried inwardly. Anyways, what are your plans now, doused Yuan? We still have a few hours before it gets dark outside. Do you want to look at the treasures now?" Senior Li asked after snapping out of his daze, trying to change the topic to something else. Yuan nodded and said, "Of course, and I'd like to visit the Hong family after looking at the treasures." "The Hong family? May I ask what business you have with them? Perhaps I can help you. It's about getting medicine to temper my body." "Although I would like to start tempering my body, I don't know where to acquire the medicine to do so, and Li Jinqi told me to visit the Hong family," he explained. Chapter 578, Real Treasures. "Medicine, huh? I understand, if that's the case. There isn't anything my Li family can do for you, as the Hong family handles most of the medicine in the Jaded Garden," Senior Li said. "Wow, they must have a lot of medicine if they supply the entire faction?" Yuan said in a surprised voice. "Haha, after all, they are the ones that require the most medicine because of people like Hong Shuquan, who tempers his body around the clock almost daily." Senior Li laughed. "Anyways, follow me. I will show you some of our Li family's treasures." Senior Li then led Yuan and everyone to another room. "Please wait for a minute while I retrieve the treasures," Senior Li said before leaving them alone in the room. Even if Senior Li trusted Yuan and greatly valued his presence, there was no way that he'd bring someone that isn't part of their family to their storage area where they keep all of their treasures. Yuan patiently waited for Senior Li's return. His anticipation high. About 15 minutes later, Senior Li returned with 3 boxes in his grasp. He placed them on the table before Yuan and the others. This is the first treasure. Senior Li opened the first box, revealing a somewhat dried-up ginseng inside. This is a treasure. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Don't let its appearance fool you, Taoist Yuan. Try looking deeper, Senior Li said with a profound smile on his face. Yuan proceeded to analyze the ginseng with his divine sense, and to his surprise there was a large amount of spiritual energy within the ginseng. This is a 1,000-year-old ginseng. And yes, just like its name implies, it's 1,000 years old, Senior Li said. The only reason it hasn't rotted after so long is because of the spiritual energy within. If we wait another 500 years, it will become a 1,500-year-old ginseng, but that will be its limit. If we keep it for any longer, it will become useless, so we have to use it before then. How come it has spiritual energy? How did it grow? Yuan asked. All living things in this world, including animals and plants, have the ability to absorb spiritual energy. This means even the meat and vegetable that you eat contains spiritual energy, but the amount is insanely low, too low to affect anyone, so you cannot become a cultivator no matter how much vegetables or meat you eat. The reason is simply that they require a ridiculously amount of time to absorb enough spiritual energy to be qualified as a treasure, and they are usually killed or plucked before they absorb enough spiritual energy. Furthermore, just like how humans are not born with equal talents, plants also have their own limit, so it doesn't mean they can become treasures if given enough time. Wow, I never knew this, Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. A few moments later, Senior Li opened the second box, revealing a piece of jade slip inside. This jade slip also contains spiritual energy. I thought only living things can absorb spiritual energy. Yuan quickly asked, Yes, but inanimate objects can also gather spiritual energy. Let me ask you this, what exactly is spiritual energy? Senior Li suddenly asked him. No clue. Yuan shook his head. Spiritual energy is essentially a type of oxygen that you cannot absorb normally, and they grant you more benefit than oxygen if you know how to absorb them. Just like air, they flow through the world, touching everything it passes through. Although rare, spiritual energy can sometimes gather inside an object and stay there. Eventually, enough spiritual energy will gather inside the object, turning it into a treasure, just like this jade slip. Just like that. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, just like that. However, they require much more time to become a treasure. Unlike plants that usually take a few hundred years to become treasures, inanimate objects require thousands of years, if not tens of thousands of years, before they can turn into treasures. This is why most inanimate treasures come from ancient times in the form of antiques, and why they're valued more than medicine. Yuan was speechless. He didn't think that this world would be so profound and mysterious. After giving Yuan some time to digest the information, Senior Li opened the third box, which was also the biggest. This is a dagger? Yuan muttered in a surprised voice when he saw the weapon. Then he said, But I don't sense any spiritual energy from this dagger. How can it be considered a treasure? Because it's not the spiritual energy that makes this dagger a treasure. Go ahead, try picking it up. Senior Li urged him. Yuan nodded and picked up the dagger. And to his surprise, he could feel some sort of energy entering his body, making him feel more confident and powerful. Wow, what is this feeling? It's the dagger's aura that you're feeling, Taoist Yuan, aura. Senior Li nodded and retrieved an ordinary dagger before handing it to him. Go ahead. Try holding this. Yuan accepted the dagger, but he couldn't feel anything from the dagger. That is the difference between an ordinary weapon and a treasure. It's aura which can make its wielder more powerful. As for how they come into existence, I'm sorry, but even I don't know. Senior Li shrugged. People speculate that they gather spiritual energy just like inanimate objects, but they somehow can turn that spiritual energy into a unique aura, turning it into a treasure weapon. Honestly, we might never know the truth. Yuan looked at the dagger with the aura in his grasp. Now that I think about it, the weapons in Cultivation Online also give off this feeling. Whenever I wield the weapon, it would boost my confidence. Perhaps an expert in that world might be able to explain this phenomenon, Yuan thought to himself. Thank you for showing me these treasures as well for the lesson. It was very informative and an eye-opener, Yuan said as he placed the dagger back inside the box. It was an honor. Senior Li smiled. Chapter 5079, Harvesting Medicine. By the way, I forgot to ask, but how do you use the treasures? Yuan asked Senior Li after he returned from putting away the treasures. Well, you can consume the ginseng or use it to make medicine. As for the jade slip, you simply absorb the spiritual energy within, he said. I see some time later, Yuan and the others left the Li family's living quarters. Li Jinshi, show them the way to the Hong family. We also need to restock our medicine, Senior Li said to her. I understand. Thus, Li Jinshi led them to the Hong family. Taoist Yuan? What brings you to the Hong family? Senior Hong asked him, feeling pleasantly surprised by his presence. Hello? I'd like to temper my body, but I don't know where to get the medicine required for it, and the Li family recommended that I speak with your family, Yuan said. I see, you came at the perfect time. Our family is currently harvesting this month's medicine supply, Senior Hong said. Harvesting? Yuan raised his eyebrows. So you grow your own medicine? Yes. Follow me. Senior Hong then led Yuan and the others to a few miles behind their living quarters, where a large medicine farm was located. Wow, Yuan mumbled, feeling awed from the medicine farm that stretched to the horizon. Every month we harvest around 100 kilos of medicine from this place, Senior Hong said. How does it work? Farming medicine, that is, Yuan asked. It's quite simple, actually. We pour a special liquid into the soil and wait until it grows. A special liquid. Yes. The liquid is a mixture of other medicine, but that's not even the most important part. In order to grow these medicine, we need a special kind of soil that can only be found in areas with a dense amount of spiritual energy. Without the soil, the medicine will die before they are ready for harvest. Would you like to try planting some after harvesting? We obviously need to plant more. Senior Hong suddenly asked him. Of course, Yuan eagerly nodded. After watching the medicine being harvested for a couple of minutes, Yuan asked, Do we need to do anything special when we harvest them? No, you simply cut the leaves off the stem before pulling out the stem so that we can plant more. Here, let me show you. Senior Hong then harvested a few medicines before Yuan and the others. Want to give it a try? He then handed Yuan a pair of scissors. Yes. Yuan accepted the scissor and began harvesting the medicine. You're right, it's very easy. About an hour later, when the harvesting was completed, Senior Hong handed Yuan a bottle of green liquid and said to him, Watch me. He then used his own bottle and dripped a single drop of its liquid onto the soil before him. That's all you need to do. Try it yourself. Yuan followed his movements and dropped a single drop of the green liquid onto the soil. Now, you just wait for them to grow. It takes about 3 months for the medicine to be ready for harvest. You'll know when they are ready when they have a dark green color. Once Yuan was satisfied with the information, they returned to the Hong family's living quarters. What do you think? Senior Hong asked him afterward. Well, even though the process is easy, it won't be possible for me to grow them. Not only do I not have the liquid required to grow them, but I also don't have the soil. If you join our family, you can have all the medicine you want to temper your body every day. Senior Hong said with a smile on his face. Yuan chuckled and said, Thank you for the offer, but I am still not sure if I want to stay in the faction. Is there something preventing you from joining us? Or are we simply not good enough for you? Senior Hong asked him. It's neither of that. I'm just having other thoughts recently. I have been thinking about creating my own faction, he explained. Your own faction? Senior Hong looked at him with wide eyes. If someone like Yuan creates a faction, one can only imagine how powerful it will become in the future. Meanwhile, Chu Liujiang looked at Yuan with a joyous gaze. Although the spiritual elites are great, I want something that feels more personal, something I can call home, and creating my own faction is the only thing I can think of. Senior Hong nodded and said, "If you actually decide to create your own faction, don't forget about us. We can start an alliance with each other." "Alliance, huh?" "I will definitely ask you when it happens." Yuan nodded. After talking for a little longer, Yuan and the others prepared to leave the place. "Wait a moment, Taoist Yuan." Senior Hong handed him a basket filled with medicine before he left. "This should last you a few weeks, even if you temper your body every day." "Thank you, Senior Hong." Yuan happily accepted the medicine. "And this is for your family." Senior Hong handed Li Jinshi a basket of medicine next. "Thank you, Elder Hong." After leaving the Hong family, Yuan parted ways with the Wang family and Li Jinshi. "Yuan, when are you going to return to the training building? I have been itching to fight you," Wang Ming said to him before they left. "I can try showing up tomorrow," he said. "Great. Then I will see you tomorrow. I will also be there," Li Jinshi said before leaving. Yuan and the others returned to the Immortal Caves shortly after. "So you're really thinking about creating your own faction?" Chu Liushang asked him. "Yes, I have been thinking about what you told me, and I think that creating my own faction will be the best choice for someone like me." "Great. When do you plan on creating your faction?" Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "I want to stay here for another week or two. After that, I will make my own faction." Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 580, Sneaking Inside the Bathroom. After resting for a bit inside the Immortal Caves, Yuan and the others went to get dinner. Once dinner was finished, Yuan went to take a bath, and he decided to try tempering his body with the medicine he'd received from the Hong family. However, during his tempering, someone opened the door and entered the bathroom. Knowing that it wasn't a stranger, Yuan didn't panic this time. However, he was still surprised to see Chu Liuxiang entering the bathroom with nothing but a towel around her body. "Can I take a bath with you, Brother Yuan?" she asked him. "I don't really mind, but the water is," he said before Yuan could even finish his sentence. Chu Liuxiang removed her towel and tossed it to the side before joining the bathtub with him. Of course, the bathtub in the Immortal Caves wasn't anywhere close to the size of the one in Li Jinqi's bathroom, so it was a little cramped in the bathtub with Chu Liuxiang's smooth skin rubbing against Yuan's body. Once the both of them were comfortable, they would sit there in awkward silence. "We should do this more often," Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. "I wouldn't mind that if we had a bigger bathtub." Yuan chuckled. After another moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang asked, "Brother Yuan, have you ever considered starting your own family?" "No, I can't say that I have." "Why? Do you wish to start a family?" "Yes, I do." Chu Liuxiang nodded her head with a gentle smile on her face. She then turned to look at him and continued with a serious expression. "I want to start a family with you, Brother Yuan. With me?" Yuan's jaw dropped upon hearing her words. "You don't want to?" Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a low voice. That's not it. I don't think I'm ready for a family now." "It's okay, Brother Yuan. We have plenty of time. You don't need to give me an official answer now. I just wanted you to know my feelings, that's all." Seeing Yuan's dazed look, Chu Liuxiang suddenly approached his face and kissed him on the lips. The kiss lasted for only a second before Chu Liuxiang moved back. She then got out of the bathtub and left the bathroom with a slightly rosy face. Meanwhile, outside the bathroom, Mishu noticed Chu Liuxiang, who had suddenly disappeared, coming out of the bathroom. You were inside the bathroom this entire time?" "But Yuan," is Chu Liuxiang, who had snuck inside the bathroom while Mishu wasn't looking, smiled and said, "I didn't want to be left out, so I went to take a quick bath with Brother Yuan." Unbelievable. Mishu was speechless. "I hope you didn't do anything weird to him." Chu Liuxiang chuckled at Mishu's question. Inside the bathroom, Yuan laid in the bathtub with a weird feeling in his body as it was feeling hotter than usual, and even his heart was beating faster. He could also feel a certain area between his legs becoming stiff. "Starting a family, huh?" he mumbled in a pondering voice. About 10 minutes later, Yuan also left the bathroom. When it was time to sleep, Chuliuxiang snuggled close to Yuan, much closer than usual, which made Yuan more conscious of her. After falling asleep with difficulty, Yuan encountered the handsome man again. "Hey, I have a question for you." "What? Did I have my own family in the past?" The handsome man raised his eyebrows, and he said, "As in a wife and children? What do you think?" "I don't know. That's why I'm asking you." A profound smile appeared on the handsome man's face, and he snapped his fingers, changing the scenery to inside a bedroom. Yuan looked at the bed, where two figures laid, the handsome man and a naked woman whose face he cannot see because she had her back facing him. "I want to start a family with you," the woman suddenly said in a low and nervous voice. "You should know that's not possible with my situation." The handsome man sighed. "Even if you won't be there for us in the future, I want your child, or am I not worthy to bear your child?" "It's not about being worthy. I have a lot of enemies, and they will only continue to increase as I chase after my dream. If they know that I have a child, they will target you even when I am gone. I don't want you nor our child to bear such a burden." The woman snorted. "Burden? I already have plenty of burden as your Tao companion. A few more won't matter to me. If you don't want to start a family with me, just say so. There's no need to make any excuses." "I'm sorry," the handsome man said. I finally understand why all of your previous girlfriends left you." The woman got out of the bed and began wearing her clothes in a rushed manner. "Goodbye." The woman left the scene in a red face, slamming the door behind her. "Ha! There goes another one." The handsome man sighed after she left. "Why do I continue getting Tao companions when this kind of situation keeps on repeating itself? Am I hoping to find someone that is willing to wait for me until I achieve my dreams? As if there are any women out there willing to wait that long." Yuan was brought back to the mountain peak after that short flashback. "So you refuse to start a family? Because you're afraid of burdening them? I thought you were strong enough to protect them." Yuan said to him, "You know nothing, kid. Nobody is born at the peak, not even the ultimate genius. Despite where I ended, I wasn't always strong. Furthermore, I was too dedicated to cultivation, so even if I started a family, I wouldn't have any time for them." "There's no point," the handsome man shook his head. Chapter 581, Plain Zither. A gentle moan resounded beside him when Yuan awoke from his sleep, and to his surprise his hands were grasping onto Chuliuxiang's soft breasts. He quickly removed his hands, but as he prepared to apologize, he realized that Chuliuxiang was deep asleep. Meanwhile, Meishu was cultivating beside the bed. Ever since she started cultivating at the Immortal Caves, she'd gained a level, reaching the second-level Spirit Warrior. Yuan silently left the bedroom and went to check the time. Once again, he'd woke up early. He then went to the bathroom to wash his face before making his way outside, returning to the spot he'd met Azure. And to his surprise, there was a figure sitting on the boulder with a zither resting beside her, and she was in the middle of cultivation. Yuan didn't want to bother her and sat down a few meters away from her, silently admiring Azure's elegant appearance. "You're here early." Azure suddenly spoke a few minutes later, surprising Yuan. "I woke up early again," he said. "What a coincidence! I also woke up earlier than usual today." "Maybe it's because I have been eager to play the zither with you," she chuckled gracefully. "Anyways, since we're both here, why don't we play together now?" she then said. "Sure, but I don't have a zither. That's fine. Follow me. I have a spare one in my room." Yuan proceeded to follow Azure back to the Immortal Caves. Ding, every few steps Azure would pull a string on her zither, creating a single note that would echo in the place. If you're wondering why I'm doing this, I am using the sound to guide me. Although I cannot see with my eyes, I can see with my zither. How does that work? Although you cannot see it, every time a sound is created, it would create an invisible sound wave that ripples as far as it can travel before it disappears, and when this ripple is blocked by something, it would bounce back. I can hear these ripples clearly, allowing me to visualize my surrounding with sound. Wow, that's really amazing. Yuan was left speechless by her talents. If it were not for this ability, life would have been much more difficult for me. A few minutes later, they arrived at the Immortal Caves. So she lived on the opposite side of my Immortal Cave. I'm surprised that we didn't meet until yesterday. Yuan thought to himself, welcome to my humble home. Azure welcomed him into her Immortal Cave. Yuan looked around with his divine sense. The place looked very empty compared to his own Immortal Cave. Azure went to her room for a few moments before returning with a plain-looking zither in her grasp. I know it looks a little boring, but it plays perfectly also. I crafted it myself, she said after handing it to him. Eh? You made this yourself? That's amazing. Well, it's not easy buying a zither since most of them have been destroyed, and nobody is willing to make them due to the curse, so I could only resort to making my own. Does this mean the one you've been using was also made by you? Yuan asked. Yes, and I finished it very recently, about a month ago. Anyways, now that you have your zither, let's go play the zither. Okay. They returned to the boulder shortly after. Once they arrived, they sat down beside each other with a zither on their lap. Do you want to go first? We'll take turns playing a song, and once we figure out which song we can play together, we'll do a duet, Azure suggested. Sure. After preparing himself, Yuan began playing a song that he'd learned from Fei Yuyan. A few minutes later, once Yuan ended his song, Azure began clapping with excitement. Wow, where did you learn such a beautiful song? I learned it from a friend that I met inside Cultivation online, he said. Your first performance is already so good. Are you trying to bully me? Azure sighed. I'm joking with you, Azure chuckled, and she continued. But since your performance was so good, I will have to try hard to not embarrass myself. Azure then took a moment to prepare herself. Once she was ready, she began playing the zither ding. Yuan silently watched Azure's performance. Wow, she's playing much better than she did yesterday. Besides the zither goddess, I don't think anyone else could compare to her. Yuan thought to himself after witnessing Azure's true potential. Azure finished her song 2 minutes later. What do you think? It was perfect. Yuan smiled. Your turn. Yuan nodded and proceeded to play another song. The two of them continued to play the zither even after sunrise. All right. I think we have played enough for today, Azure said after her song. See you again tomorrow? Yuan asked. Of course. Azure eagerly nodded. And she continued, Oh, you can keep the zither. Really? Yes, I have no use for it anyway. Thank you. Yuan returned to the Immortal Cave shortly after to get breakfast with the others. After breakfast, they made their way to the training hall, where Yuan would spend the rest of the day sparring with Wang Ming and Li Jinshi. Heavens! This is my first time seeing Li Jinshi in the training hall. The disciples there were shocked to see their most talented disciple in the regular training area. At the end of the day, Yuan and the others returned to the Immortal Caves. Yuan, when we visited Senior Hong the other day, he told me that my ball will be ready tomorrow, so I will be going there to pick it up. Okay, I will go with you. The following morning, Yuan went to meet Azure in the usual spot, and as expected, she was there early again. After spending a few hours with Azure, Yuan returned to the Immortal Caves for breakfast before heading to the Hong family to pick up Mishu's custom bow. Welcome back. Have you used the medicine yet? If you did, how was it? Senior Hong asked Yuan. It was great once again. Thank you for the medicine, Yuan said. That's good. Anyways, follow me. The bow is finished. A few minutes later, they arrived at the crafting area, Chapter 582, Divination. Give me a moment. Senior Hong went inside the building for a minute before returning with a cart that had a long wooden box resting on it. Here's your bow. Check it out. Senior Hong opened the box, revealing the beautiful black short bow inside. Meixu immediately went to pick up the bow, and to her surprise was it many times heavier than any bow she has wielded before. However, it wasn't heavy enough to where she couldn't use it. She proceeded to move the bow around, trying to get a feel for it. What do you think? If the weight isn't right, I can adjust it for you, but I can only make it lighter, since that's already the heaviest I can make it. The weight is perfectly fine. Thank you for this bow." Michu bowed to him in a respectful manner. "Ha! Don't even mention it. You deserve it. Go ahead. Try shooting with it." Senior Hong handed her an arrow. Michu took the arrow and proceeded to shoot it at a nearby tree. "Even the string feels so different. It's more durable, and pulling back on it gives me confidence for some reason." Michu thought to herself, "Whoosh!" Michu released the string once she got her aim, and the arrow flew in a straight line until it hit her desired location. "Your bow is very heavy compared to ordinary bows, so it can handle special arrows like this one." Senior Hong retrieved another arrow. This time it was a black arrow that seemed to be made purely out of metal, and the arrow itself weighed a couple of kilos. Michu used this arrow to shoot the same tree. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight at the tree, hitting the first arrow she shot before tearing a hole in the tree. It went through the tree. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. However, despite its ridiculous power, Mixiu wasn't that excited. After all, it wasn't like she could use the special arrow for other things besides showing off. If she had this bow in Cultivation Online where she could use the special arrow to fight magical beasts, that would be an entirely different story. "If you're satisfied with the bow, it's yours. I'm supposed to have an urgent meeting with the other Grand Elders and family heads, so I won't stay here any longer," Senior Hong said to her later. "An urgent meeting? I hope it's nothing bad," Yuan said. "Well, do you remember the calamity that our ancestors had predicted? Apparently, there are signs of it appearing soon," Senior Hong explained. "Calamity. What's going to happen?" Senior Hong shook his head and said, "Nobody knows. But if you want to participate in this meeting, you can follow me. If the calamity truly exists, we can definitely use your help." "I will come." Yuan nodded as he was interested in this calamity. "I wonder if this has anything to do with the tribulation." Yuan wondered inwardly as he followed Senior Hong to another location. About half an hour later, they arrived at this large building. When they entered the building, Senior Hong led Yuan and the others into this spacious room where the other Grand Elders and family heads were already present. "Taoist Yuan, you're also going to participate in this meeting?" Senior Wang and the others were pleasantly surprised by his presence. "Yes, I would like to know more about this calamity. Hopefully there is something I can do to help. Thank you. Words cannot express how grateful I am to hear such words." Senior Wang nodded. Once everyone was seated, Senior Wang spoke. "Since Taoist Yuan is new to the subject, let's start from the beginning." She then retrieved an old-looking scroll and placed it on the round table. "This was left behind by our ancestors. It's a divination that predicts a calamity when the whole world starts to cultivate. Take a look at it." Yuan took the scroll and read it in a low voice. "When the world begins to cultivate, it will experience a tribulation that will dye the entire world red. When the crystal turns yellow, the tribulation is near. Once the crystal turns red, the tribulation will begin." "Crystal? What crystal?" Yuan asked afterward. "Take a look at this." Senior Wang then placed a wooden box on the table before opening it, showing Yuan the fist-sized crystal resting inside. The crystal was semi-transparent, and it was yellow. However, that wasn't what Yuan was focused on, as there appeared to be a hint of red in the middle of the crystal. This crystal had remained clear for thousands of years, but around the time Cultivation Online was introduced, the crystal began turning yellow, and just 2 days ago the center of the crystal turned red. Senior Wang explained. "What kind of crystal is this?" Yuan asked. "We're not sure either. We had it looked at by experts, and everyone said it's unlike anything else in this world. It's a one-of-a-kind treasure." Senior Li then said, "To be completely honest with you, none of us here believed in the calamity until the crystal changed colors, not to mention the perfect timing. I hope it's only a coincidence, but that would be one hell of a coincidence. If we don't know what's coming, how can we prepare for it?" Yuan then asked. "Unfortunately, there isn't anything we can really do besides being alert. That's why we created this faction and began recruiting disciples." Senior Wang shook her head. With that being said, we have gathered here today to see if anyone has any suggestions or solutions, and for rest of the day, Yuan would stay with the 6 spiritual families to see if there was anything they can do. However, nobody had a good solution in the end, and despite many speculations about the tribulation, they won't really know until it happens. Dyeing the entire world red. That sounds horrible, Yuan sighed as they returned to the immortal caves. Chapter 583. Stay with me. Brother Yuan, do you think the divination is true, or is this merely a coincidence? Chu Lushang asked him when they returned. I want to believe it's merely a coincidence, but... A bittersweet smile appeared on his face when he recalled what the handsome man in his dream told him. I don't know. I just have a bad feeling about the situation. Chu Lushang shrugged and said, Well, even if there is a calamity, I'm sure you'll protect us, Brother Yuan. Yuan smiled and said, Of course, that is my #1 priority. The following day, Yuan woke up early in the morning again. You've been waking up early lately, Yuan? Mikshu suddenly stopped cultivating and said to him, I'm meeting up with a friend that I made recently, he said. The one who gave you the zither? Yes. I see. Have fun. Mikshu returned to cultivating the next moment. After cleaning his face, Yuan grabbed his zither and went to meet up with Azure behind the immortal caves. Have you heard about the approaching calamity? Yuan suddenly asked Azure at the end of their session. Yes, it's always a hot topic within the family, especially as of recently. Did something happen? Well, the crystal is beginning to turn red, which means the calamity is near. Really near? Red? That's not good. I hope it's nothing too bad and that it goes away quickly. Don't worry, if anything happens, I will do something about it. Azure chuckled and said, You sound very confident. It's called a calamity for a reason. If a single person can end it, that would make everyone feel silly for worrying so much about it. But since you said that, I will rely on you to protect me when it happens, okay. I am not very strong when it comes to fighting. In fact, you can even call me a weakling. Of course, you're my friend. I will do my best to protect you and everyone else. That's why I'm trying to become stronger, so that I can protect those dear to me. Then it's a promise, Yuan. If anything happens to me, I will haunt you for the rest of your life. Azure spoke in a joking tone. I deserve it if that's the case. Yuan laughed. Sometime later, Yuan said his goodbyes to Azure before going to the training hall with the others, where he would spend the rest of the day training with Wang Ming and the others. This routine would continue for the next 4 days, and during this time, Yuan would grow more friendly with Azure, even spending more time with her. Whenever he was with Azure, his mind would feel at ease, almost like she had this magical aura around her. Hey, Yuan? Azure suddenly spoke as she laid on the soft ground beside him. What is it? Do you have a girlfriend? A girlfriend, as in a partner? I do not, he calmly responded. Then do you want me to become your girlfriend? Eh? Yuan subconsciously turned to look at her with his eyebrows raised. I know we haven't known each other for long, but I haven't had this much fun in a long time, nor do I have any friends who can connect with me like you do. We also have a lot of things in common, if you ask me. I wouldn't mind spending the rest of my life with someone like you. This is too sudden, and I won't be staying in the jaded garden forever. You're going to leave? When? Why? Azure sat up in a surprised manner. I only came here to learn more about the cultivation world, but I somehow ended up as a trial disciple for the faction. I had planned on staying here for a week to experience life as a disciple inside a faction, and once again I ended up staying longer than intended. I have already decided on making my own faction, and I will be doing that once I leave this place in a few days. You're going to be leaving in a few days? That's too sudden? There are still so many songs we can play together. I want to spend more time with you, Yuan, Azure said in a dispirited voice. I also want to spend more time with you, Azure, but I'm afraid that if I stay here any longer, I will no longer be able to leave. Yuan sighed. Then don't leave. Stay with me. I love you, Yuan. Yuan was left speechless by Azure's sudden confession. and he recalled how he would have many partners in his past life, but none of them sailed smoothly, at least according to his recent dreams. Or is it because you don't really like me, if that's the case? What? That's not it. I like you, I really do, but... However, before Yuan could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly began shaking. It started out as a minor earthquake, but it would grow stronger with every moment until it became a full-fledged earthquake.
What?
What's going on? Yuan had a really bad feeling about this sudden earthquake, and the calamity was the first thing that appeared inside his mind. Let's finish our conversation later, Azure, Yuan said to her. However, as though she couldn't even feel the earthquake, Azure spoke. Yuan, I love you, I really do. After saying such words, Azure turned around and ran back to her immortal cave, even leaving behind her zither. Once Azure left the scene, Yuan also returned to his immortal cave, taking with him Azure's zither. When he returned to his immortal cave, he found Meishu and the others standing outside the immortal caves, silently looking towards the sky with dazed faces. Are you guys okay? Yuan asked them. Yes, but the sky, Meishu mumbled. The sky? What happened to the sky? Yuan asked, as he wasn't able to see the sky with his divine sense. The sky is red, young Master Yuan, Sebastian responded in a serious voice. What red? How is that possible? Yuan exclaimed. Chapter 584, Crimson Sky. I have never seen anything like this before. Sebastian continued speaking. Although there were times when the sky looked red, it never looked this red, like the sky is stained with blood. Brother Yuan, do you think this is caused by the calamity? Chu Liusheng asked him in a worried voice. I don't know, but it's very possible. Let's hurry and find the Grand Elders, Yuan suggested. Thus they began running to the Wang family's living quarters, since they were the closest to the immortal caves. On their way there they passed through many disciples, and all of them were staring at the sky with dazed looks on their faces. Heavens, it's almost like doomsday is upon us, one of them muttered out loud. This must be the calamity our ancestors warned us about. The calamity is coming. Ah, I don't want to die, at least wait until I find a cute girlfriend. Everyone in the Jaded Garden appeared to be panicking, but nobody blamed them. In fact, it was a chaotic scene everywhere around the world at this moment. Right as Yuan and the others arrived at the Wang family, they noticed Senior Wang and the Wang siblings leaving the gates. Senior Wang, Yuan called out to her. Taoist Yuan. Perfect timing. Come with me, Senior Wang said to him. Are we going to meet with the others? Yuan asked her as they moved. Yes, everyone is already aware of the situation. Senior Wang then led Yuan and the others to where they had a meeting about the calamity just a few days ago. As for the audience, it was much larger this time, with other people such as Li Jinxi and Xi Lang being present. Elder Wang. What's the situation with the crystal? Senior Hong asked her the moment they arrived. I don't know yet. I haven't had the time to look at it, but we'll all know the answer soon. Senior Wang then retrieved the box that contained the crystal, and she placed it on the table before opening it for everyone there to see. That's the people there immediately frowned the next moment when they saw that the color of the crystal had turned completely red. When did this happen? Senior Li asked. We have been checking the crystal daily ever since it turned yellow, but it wasn't like this yesterday, so I can only assume that it had turned red very recently, Senior Wang said. Shit! Not only is the crystal red, but even the sky had turned red. Someone there cursed. Do we know if there are any changes in the world besides the sky changing colors? Senior Shi asked. I have been looking at the news since I woke up, but only the red sky is being reported on even now. There is no other news, Senior Shi said. Fuck, this is so frustrating. The calamity is almost here, if not already here, yet we still don't know anything about it. How can we possibly deal with a situation like this? The head of the Wang family cursed out loud. For all we know, the calamity could happen on the other side of the world. The head of the Shi family sighed. Somebody bring all of the ancient scrolls over here? We're going to search through all of them and see if there are any clues that we had missed. Senior Hong suddenly said, About an hour later, the empty table became filled with ancient scrolls that had been passed down by their ancestors, and they began reading through the scrolls, hoping to find even a single clue about the calamity. However, after spending half of the day reading through all of the scrolls, they were unable to find any new information. "It's no use. We will have to wait for the calamity to actually start before we can even start preparing for it." Senior Wang placed the scroll in her hands down before sighing. "Is there really nothing we can do but wait? What if it's too late by then?" Wang Ming sighed out loud. "Then do you have any suggestion?" Li Jinshi said to him. "I don't." He lowered his head. Eventually, the gathering was dismissed. "There is nothing we can do but remain alert. If there is any news regarding the calamity, let one of the Grand Elders or family head know about it immediately." Senior Wang said to them before dismissing everyone. Yuan and the others returned to the Immortal Caves shortly after. When they returned home, Meishu received a call from Yu Ru. Meishu. "Are you guys okay?" Yu Ru's worried voice resounded the moment she picked up the phone. "Yes, we're fine." "What about you?" Meishu said. "We're also fine, but the red sky is scaring all of us. I cannot help but feel like something bad is about to happen." Well, Meishu proceeded to give Yu Ru a brief explanation about the situation and the potential calamity that is coming. "What? A calamity? What's going to happen?" Yu Ru asked, sounding more worried than before she heard the information, and rightfully so. "Unfortunately, that's all we know. As for the calamity, we won't know until it happens," Meishu said. "I really hope it's nothing too bad." Yu Ru sighed. After talking with Meishu and Yuan for a few minutes, Yu Ru hung up as she and the other disciples had been summoned by White Lotus to talk about the current situation, and for the rest of the day they would remain inside their immortal caves, patiently waiting for the calamity to show itself. However, to everyone's absolute surprise, the crimson sky disappeared the following day. Does this mean that the calamity had passed, or was it simply a warning? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. He also went to the back of the immortal caves to see if Azure would be there like usual, but alas, she was nowhere to be seen. How should I respond to her confession? Yuan sat there and silently pondered to himself until sunrise, and just as he prepared to return to the immortal caves, another earthquake appeared, and it would last a tad bit longer than the last one, not to mention a little stronger as well. Chapter 585, Ancestor's Tomb. Another earthquake? Yuan quickly returned to the immortal caves. "Is the sky red again?" Yuan asked them when he returned. "No, the sky hasn't changed this time," Meishu said after looking outside. "Is that so?" Yuan decided to stay at the immortal caves with Meishu and the others just in case something were to happen, but sometime in the afternoon Wang Ming showed up at their immortal caves. "Wang Ming? What happened?" "Yuan, come with me. We have discovered something new," he said. "Really? Let's go." Wang Ming proceeded to bring Yuan and the others to the Wang family, where Senior Wang was waiting for their arrival. "What did you find?" Yuan asked her. "You probably don't know this since we never mentioned it, but we built this place close to our ancestor's tomb, and according to the people who maintain that place, the spiritual energy there has become chaotic and even somewhat menacing. Perhaps there is a clue in that place about the approaching calamity," Senior Wang said, and she continued, "I will be heading there now with the other Grand Elders. Do you want to come with us?" "Of course." Yuan immediately nodded. "Great! Follow me." "You're not coming?" Yuan asked Wang Ming when he noticed that Wang Ming wasn't following them. Only the Grand Elders and family heads are allowed to approach the ancestor's tomb, not including the people that maintain the cleanliness of that place. Of course, you're an exception." Wang Ming said. "I see. What about us?" Meishu asked. Senior Wang looked at them and said, "You guys can come too. After all, she didn't have the courage to separate them from Yuan, who could potentially be their savior in this unknown calamity." The ancestor's tomb was only a few miles away from the Jaded Garden, and it took Yuan and the others about 2.5 hours of walking before they arrived at the location. "That's the ancestor's tomb?" It looks so familiar to that place, Yuan thought to himself when he could finally see the ancestor's tomb that somewhat resembled the treasure room inside the Dragon Temple within Cultivation Online. The ancestor's tomb was created thousands of years ago, and it's where all family heads and grand elders go to rest after they permanently close their eyes, Senior Wang said to them. A few more minutes later, they arrived at the front of the tomb, where the other grand elders were present. "What do you think of this place, Elder Wang?" Senior Hong asked when they arrived. "It's hard to describe the feeling I'm getting, but it definitely feels different than usual," she said. Senior Hong nodded and said, "You don't feel it now because you're too far away, but if you stand in front of the doors, your body will start to shiver uncontrollably for some reason. That's why we're all standing here far away from the doors. Have you tried entering the place yet?" Senior Wang asked. The others shook their heads. "Then let's do that right now together," Senior Wang then said. Shouldn't we arm ourselves just in case?" Yuan asked them when they began approaching the tomb. Senior Wang chuckled and said, "Arm ourselves? Unless the corpses inside suddenly turned into zombies. There's nothing inside. Furthermore, the doors remain closed unless we have to put a new body inside. Is that so? Don't worry. If we suddenly need weapons for whatever reason, there will be plenty inside. When we put our ancestors inside, we also bring their weapons, so that they can carry it with them to heaven," Senior Hong said. Yuan nodded, and they began approaching the doors. And just like the grand elders had said, when they arrived in front of the large doors, their bodies began shivering uncontrollably. However, it was not the type of shivering one would get when they were cold. It was the type that only occurs when one is fearful of something. "I don't like this feeling one bit," Chu Liuxiang said as she looked at her own hands that were trembling uncontrollably. "Young lady, I think we should stay out here. If anything happens to you," Sebastian said to her with a profound frown on his face. "If Brother Yuan is going inside, I will be doing the same," she quickly said. "How come you are fine, Yuan?" Meishu noticed that Yuan was the only person there that wasn't shivering. I don't know. I don't really feel anything," he shrugged. "In fact, my body feels a little warmer than usual." "Warm?" Everyone there raised their eyebrows. A moment later, all 6 grand elders retrieved a golden key before inserting them inside the 6 keyholes in the center of the door. 1, 2, 3. At the count of 3, they turned the keys simultaneously, unlocking the doors that hasn't been opened for at least 100 years. Upon opening the doors, they were immediately greeted by a hallway with the only light source being the dimmed lights on the walls. "Let's go," Senior Wang said to them after retrieving the key. Yuan and the others proceeded to follow the grand elders inside the tomb. Once inside the tomb, their bodies would miraculously stop shivering. However, it was the complete opposite for Yuan, whose body would gradually become warmer the deeper they entered the tomb, almost as if his body was reacting to something within the tomb. After walking for a few minutes, they would arrive in this massive room at the end of the hallway, inside this room that was as large as 2 football fields. There were hundreds of coffins and display cases with weapons neatly arranged. Wow, Yuan and the others were immediately in awe after seeing the place that looked like a historic site more than anything. "Do you guys see anything out of the ordinary?" "I don't," Senior Wang asked the other grand elders after looking around. "Nope. I don't see anything different either. Everything looks normal to me." They all expressed the same thoughts. Chapter 586, Hidden Staircase. "Brother Yuan, how is your body feeling? Is it still heating up?" Chu Liuxiang asked him. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's still heating up, but it doesn't hurt, so it's nothing to be worried about. If you ask me, I think your body is reacting to something within this tomb. Maybe you actually belong to one of the 6 spiritual families, and your body is telling you so." Chu Liuxiang chuckled as she joked. "I belong to one of the 6 spiritual families?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. As ridiculous as that sounded, it wasn't completely impossible. As an orphan, his real background could be anything, and that includes one of the 6 spiritual families. However, they won't really know for certain until there is solid proof. Anyways, jokes aside, look at these weapons. Many of them are treasures, Chu Liuxiang said as she approached the weapon display cases. They give off the same aura as spirit-grade weapons in Cultivation Online, Yuan mumbled. While Yuan and the others looked at the weapons, the Grand Elders scattered around the tomb to make sure there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. About half an hour later, they all gathered again. Anything. Nope, nothing. Yuan then asked, "Is this the only room in the tomb?" "Yes. Although we don't have the layouts of this tomb, this is the only room that we know of. However, we do have speculations of a hidden room somewhere in this tomb. We just don't know where it is," Senior Wang said. Senior Hong then spoke. "We believe there's a hidden room somewhere, mostly because our founders' coffins cannot be found in this main room. They are probably in a hidden room, but we cannot find it, no matter where to look. Besides the entrance that is also an exit, there are no other paths in this tomb, and we don't dare to tear apart the tomb to find this hidden room without concrete evidence that it exists." Yuan pondered for a moment. If what Chu Lixuang said is true, that his body is reacting to something inside this tomb, maybe he can find it by following his body temperature. "Do you mind if I look around for a bit?" Yuan then asked them. "Go ahead. We'll also look around again, just in case we missed anything." Thus, Yuan and the others began walking around the room. "The longer we stay here, the creepier it gets." Meishu sighed. "Are you not good with these kinds of things?" Yuan asked her. "So you're afraid of ghosts and zombies?" Chu Liusheng chuckled. "It's not that I'm afraid of these things, but the eeriness of this place makes me uncomfortable," Meishu said. "Don't worry, we'll probably leave right after looking around." As Yuan walked around, he would feel his body temperature rising and lowering, almost like he was playing the game hot and cold. Eventually, Yuan found the direction that would make his body temperature increase the more he walked in that direction. "I think this is the spot. My body is burning right now," Yuan said. Chu Liusheng pressed the back of her cold hands on Yuan's forehead and immediately exclaimed, "Whoa! Your body is actually burning. Are you sure that you're not in pain?" "Yes, I am perfectly fine." Yuan then gathered the Grand Elders and explained to them the situation. "For some reason my body feels the hottest when I stand in this spot." "This spot?" The Grand Elders looked around and realized that they were in the center of the room. However, they don't see anything out of the ordinary. It was at this moment Chu Liusheng suddenly squatted down and extended her hand towards the floor. "Hey, there's air flowing from the floor." "What? Let me see." Senior Wang kneeled on the floor and extended her hand, and sure enough, there was air blowing from the tile cracks. Upon realizing the situation, she immediately began removing the floor tile while trying her best not to damage anything. A few moments later, the large floor tile was removed, and to everyone's surprise, there was a staircase that led underground. Heavens, to think there was a hidden staircase in this place. Senior Wang mumbled as she stared at the hole with a dazed face, wondering to herself how they didn't find this until today. "Are we going down?" Yuan asked. "Of course." Senior Hong nodded. Thus they began walking this narrow and dark staircase, slowly descending deeper into the ground. However, the chill that had disappeared when they entered the tomb suddenly returned for everyone beside Yuan, and it was much worse than before. "Looks like whatever is down there is the cause of this chill," Senior Wang mumbled in a low voice as they descended deeper and deeper. Half an hour later. "Good Lord, how far down does this staircase go? We've been walking non-stop for half an hour," Senior Shi said, feeling more and more impatient. And just as he finished his sentence, the others noticed a thin line of light a little further down. They immediately quickened their steps, and a few minutes later, they arrived before this metal door. After opening this door, they entered this small but eerie chamber that had 6 golden coffins arranged in a circle with what appeared to be a stone statue in the middle. "This is it. This must be our founder's hidden tomb." Senior Wang began shaking even more after realizing the situation. The Grand Elders began approaching the coffins and the stone statue to take a closer look. But they halted their movements when Yuan suddenly shouted in a panicked voice, "Stop! Don't get close to that thing!" Everybody there turned to look at him with surprised expressions, and Senior Wang asked, "What is going on?" However, Yuan didn't say anything and continued to stare at the stone statue in the middle of the room with a deep frown on his face. "Impossible! What is that doing here?" Yuan cried inwardly when he recognized the stone statue that had a human figure. But if one looked closely, it had horns on its head and parts on its body that humans shouldn't have, resembling something Yuan had encountered inside Cultivation Online, a demon. Chapter 587, Demon Statue. Aye, it's a demon. Impossible. Why is there a demon in this place? Yuan was shocked to the core when he saw the demon statue. Although he has only seen a couple of them, their unique features were more than enough for Yuan to immediately recognize them at glance. Wait, calm down. I'm overthinking things. There is no way demons really exist in this world, right? That is only a stone statue. Nothing more? Yuan began, trying to convince himself that the stone statue was merely just that, and not a real demon that had been sealed, even though it looked ridiculously realistic. However, that didn't explain why his body was burning when looking at the demon statue, as his body was clearly reacting to it. "Brother Yuan, what do you see?" Chu Liuxiang asked him when he remained silent for too long. Sorry, but I think I overreacted to that statue over there." Yuan pointed at the demon statue that was surrounded by the 6 golden coffins. The stone statue? Everybody there turned to look at the statue. Since it was sort of dark there, they didn't notice the horns and other features immediately. When they eventually noticed these unique features, their eyes widened with shock. What? Why is there such a thing in the Founder's tomb? What even is this thing? It looks like a human, but humans don't have horns. It's a demon, I think. Yuan answered their questions. A demon? How do you know this? Chu Liuxiang asked him. Because I have fought with them before inside Cultivation Online. Yuan sighed. Cultivation Online? Everyone there turned to look at him with raised eyebrows. Yuan nodded and proceeded to explain to them his encounter with demons inside the mystic realm. Demons are powerful and immortal beings that have existed since ancient times in Cultivation Online. They cannot be killed through normal means. You can crush their body, burn them, and even sever their head, but they will regenerate completely like it never happened. I have fought a couple of them inside the mystic realm, and I was nearly killed by them. Wait, if they can regenerate any injuries, no matter how severe, how do you defeat them? Senior Wang asked. There are 2 ways to defeat a demon. You can destroy their body to the point where they cannot regenerate anymore, but they can fully regenerate within seconds, even if they only have a single finger left. So that's not the preferred method. The second method is to seal them using a demon sealing technique, but that doesn't really kill them, and they will break out of that seal after a few hundred or 1,000 years, depending on the strength of the seal. Oh, and I believe they're weak to techniques with the divine attribute. Heavens, how can such powerful entities exist? If they exist in our world in its current state, I highly doubt we will be able to defeat them. Senior Shi mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. Well, lucky for us, this is only a statue, Senior Shi said. What if it's not a statue? Mei Shu suddenly said, and she continued. What if that statue is the source of the calamity? If cultivation exists, then demons might also exist. She turned to look at Yuan and said, You've sealed them before, right? Can you look at that statue just in case? I have a bad feeling about it when I look at it. Yuan nodded and used his divine sense to take a closer look at the demon statue without actually getting close to it. This is... Yuan quickly frowned, but because of the mask blocking his face, the other couldn't see his expression. If one looked at the demon statue with their bare eyes, they wouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary about it. But Yuan's divine sense allowed him to see things with more clarity, and he could immediately tell that the demon statue is not made out of stone. Furthermore, he could sense a familiar feeling coming from within the statue, a feeling of carnage and bloodthirst. Aye, I think it's a real demon that had been sealed, Yuan muttered in a voice of disbelief after a long moment of silence. Nobody there responded for a very long time, as they were as baffled as Yuan. Real? Are you sure? Senior Wang asked for confirmation. Yuan nodded and said, I have sealed a few demons in Cultivation Online, and they all turn into that appearance when sealed. Furthermore, I can sense unusual energy flowing through that statue. Good Lord. H, how long did you say demons can be sealed for? Senior Hong asked him. I don't know. It all depends on the person who sealed the demon. Yuan shook his head. Chu Liuxiang then spoke with a serious expression on her face. This tomb has been here since ancient times, right? If you ask me, considering the situation with the calamity and the chilling energy from this place, there's a good chance that this demon is the calamity that we must face, and it's going to break out of the seal very soon. If that's the case, then we're all doomed. We have no way to defeat this demon if it really cannot be killed normally. The Grand Elders began panicking. They suddenly looked at Yuan and said, You have experience with sealing demons, right? Can you somehow reseal this demon before it breaks the seal? I'm sorry, but I don't really know how sealing demons work. I have a technique that allows me to seal demons, but I can only use that technique in Cultivation Online. I can try to learn the technique in this world as well, but I can't say for certain that it will happen before the demon breaks out of its seal, nor can I guarantee that it will work on the demon. Senior Wang then said, Let's look around to see if there are any clues for now. I'm sure the founders placed this demon in this place for a reason. Hell, they might have even left behind the method to deal with the demon. We can figure out the other things later. Chapter 588, Flesh and Blood. Yuan and the other began looking around the room, but there really wasn't much there to look at besides the sealed demon and the 6 golden coffins. After a few minutes of looking around, the Grand Elders gathered. Besides the founder's coffin, there isn't anything else for us to look at, Senior Hong said. But to disturb the founder's peace, if we don't do it, that demon will kill everyone once it breaks out of the seal. I'm sure they'll understand you got a point. The Grand Elders then bowed to the golden coffins. We deeply apologize for disturbing your peace, founders. After apologizing to their founders, the Grand Elders went to their family's coffin. Each of the coffins had one of the 6 spiritual families' surnames engraved into it, so the Grand Elders knew which one belonged to their family. Once they were prepared, they opened the coffin to take a look inside. However, to their surprise, all of the coffins were empty. There was nothing, not even signs of a body having ever existed inside these coffins, almost like it was empty since the beginning. Why are these coffins here if they're empty? Senior Wang muttered out loud everyone's question. If our founders are not in here, where are their bodies? Senior Hong asked afterward. Let's look around again to make sure that there aren't any hidden passages. Thus, the Grand Elders began a round of inspection. Meanwhile, Yuan continued to analyze the demon statue with his divine sense. He was fairly certain that the demon statue was actually a sealed demon, but he wasn't 100% confident. Brother Yuan, if the demon breaks out of its seal now, what are the chances of you defeating it? Chu Liuxiang asked him. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a solemn tone. None. I have no chance of defeating a demon in my current state. And he added, That's why I need to quickly learn the demon sealing technique. Are demons really that powerful besides their regenerative abilities? Yes, they're incredibly powerful. They can turn their own blood into weapons, and their bodies are incredibly durable by themselves. However, that's not what I'm most worried about. A single demon at the spirit warrior level can defeat an ordinary spirit master cultivator. If this sealed demon is above that level, which is very likely, I won't be able to defeat it even with the demon sealing technique. Wait, if even someone like you cannot defeat the demon, who else can do such a thing? Meixiu asked. Yuan is very likely the strongest cultivator in this world at the moment, and if someone like that cannot defeat the demon, what chances do the others have? Won't they just be sitting ducks waiting to be slaughtered by this demon? Well, since demons exist, I hope there's a demon-sealing clan somewhere out there in this world. Yuan sighed.
Demon-sealing clans?
Chu Liuxiang asked. Yes, they're clans that specialize in sealing demons. They also exist in Cultivation Online. Sometime later, the Grand Elders returned to Yuan with dispirited looks on their faces. I'm sorry, but this place is empty. Taoist, Yuan? Do you have any idea when the demon might break the seal? Senior Wang asked him. Unfortunately, I do not hopefully it won't happen for a few more years. Hell, I will be happy even with a few months. Senior Shi sighed. Let's get out of here for now. We won't gain anything by staying in here. However, as they prepared to leave the hidden room, the ground started shaking. Another earthquake? We're getting them more and more frequently. Let's hurry upstairs. It would be bad if this place collapses due to the earthquake, Senior Wang suggested to them. Everyone there agreed and began making their way towards the exit. However, for some reason, Yuan stopped walking when they reached the door. "What's the matter, Brother Yuan?" Chu Liuxiang asked him. Yuan didn't say anything and used his divine sense to look at the sealed demon after feeling this urge to do so. "No way," he muttered in a low voice. "What did you just say?" Senior Wang turned around to ask him. The demon, it's cracking," Yuan responded in a low voice. "What?" Everybody there immediately turned to look at the sealed demon, and sure enough there were visible cracks on its body. Furthermore, these cracks were emitting a red glow that would pulsate like a beating heart. Don't tell me that it's already breaking the seal. We're not ready to fight that thing." Senior Wang and the others that had been shivering this entire time started trembling like they were at the brink of freezing to death. Meanwhile, the earthquake grew stronger and stronger. Crack! 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 The cracks on the sealed demon began spreading all over the rest of its body at a rapid rate, fast enough for Yuan and the others to follow with their eyes. "Run!" Yuan suddenly shouted at them. The next second, Senior Wang and the others began running back upstairs at full speed. When they were halfway to the surface, the sealed demon that was completely covered in cracks started trembling. Boom! An explosion occurred inside the hidden room the next moment. When the smoke dissipated, a red-skinned figure could be seen standing in the middle of the room, silently looking at its own hands with a look of disbelief and excitement in its gaze. Once the demon realized its situation, it immediately burst with laughter. "Ha ha ha! I am free! I am finally free!" the demon laughed like a maniac. After countless years of being sealed, it had finally managed to break free from its imprisonment. The demon proceeded to spend the next few minutes digesting its current situation and pondering what it should do next. Then its senses picked up a familiar smell, the smell of humans, and its mouth immediately began salivating, as it had been starved for thousands of years. Once the demon realized that there were humans nearby, like a starved beast, it stopped pondering and began chasing after this smell. "This is exactly what I want, flesh and blood. I want to feast." The demon roared as it sped up the narrow staircase, quickly chasing after Yuan and the others. Chapter 59, staying behind. What was that sound just now? It sounded like an explosion. Fuck! I really hope the demon didn't just break out of its seal. The Grand Elders panicked as they ran upstairs. Meanwhile, Yuan tried his best to learn the demon sealing strike even as they moved, as that was essentially his only chance of winning against a demon at his current strength. Eventually they reached the surface and returned to the main tomb. "Seniors, I'm going to borrow some of the weapons in here," Yuan said to them, and without waiting for a response, he retrieved a greatsword that resembled the Empyrean Overlord in size from its display case along with a couple of daggers. "Weapons? Don't tell me you're planning to fight the demon?" Senior Wang asked him. Yuan nodded and said, "I can sense a powerful aura quickly approaching us from the staircase. The demon will be here at any minute. If I don't stay here to stop it, everyone will die. That's why I will stay here to stall the demon while you all evacuate the disciples." "No?" Chu Liuxiang immediately refused. Then she said, "If you're going to stay here, I will stay here with you." "You must not, young lady. It's my duty to guarantee your safety," Sebastian exclaimed. "I don't care. I am not going to leave Brother Yuan here to die. Then I will stay here with the young master in your place," Sebastian said. "What can you do, Sebastian? You may be strong, but you're only a spirit warrior. Lulu, leave." Yuan suddenly shouted at her. "Be?" "But—" Chu Liuxiang looked at him with teary eyes. Yuan lifted his hands to wipe her tears, and he spoke in a calm voice. "Don't worry. Even if I cannot defeat the demon, I won't die, I promise." He then looked at Mishu and continued, "You too, Feng?" "No, Mishu. Leave this place with Lulu. If any happens to either of you, I will never be able to forgive myself." After a moment of silence, Mikshu nodded her head, but she didn't say anything, mostly because she'll reveal the fact that she was crying behind her mask if she spoke now. "No, I am not leaving you, Brother Yuan. We have yet to start our family. If you die, I will die with you." Chu Liusheng was still reluctant to leave. Yuan sighed in an apologetic voice. "I'm sorry, Lulu." He then used his movement technique to get close to Chu Lixuiang before knocking her out cold by hitting her with a sword hilt. After catching the unconscious Chu Liuxiang, he handed her to Meixiu. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience." Yuan suddenly turned to look at the staircase as he could feel the demon's presence getting incredibly close. "Leave now!" he shouted at them. "Follow me," Senior Wang then said to them. Meixiu and the others immediately followed Senior Wang outside. However, a few of the Grand Elders stayed behind with Yuan Senior's Taoist Yuan. "Do not forget that you are currently a guest at our home. Our ancestors will curse us to death from the heavens if we leave you alone now," Senior Hong said to him with a smile on his face. "Although we may not be able to defeat the demon, we are not spirit masters for nothing." Senior Li spoke next. "I know I shouldn't be excited about our situation, but I cannot wait to see how this demon look." Senior Shi laughed. "Thank you all," Yuan said to them, and for the next minute the 3 Grand Elders that decided to stay behind went to grab a weapon from beside their ancestor's coffin. "This place is going to be destroyed today, huh?" The Grand Elders looked around before shaking their heads. Although they would rather take the fight outside their ancestor's tomb, they knew that wasn't practical, as there would be nothing to block the demon from fleeing. However, inside their ancestor's tomb that only had one entrance that is also an exit, they would be able to stall the demon with more ease. "Ha ha ha ha, humans! I can smell humans!" A burst of cold laughter suddenly resounded, causing Yuan and the others to tremble. Boom! The next moment a figure flew out of the hole with the underground staircase before landing many meters away from the others. Heavens! That's a demon! What a hideous appearance! The Grand Elders felt the strength in their legs disappear when they saw a demon for the first time. Glowing red skin that resembled lava, 2 black horns on the top of its head, clear red eyes that looked like they had been dyed in blood, and most noticeable the red crystal embedded in the middle of its chest. Oh shit! Yuan subconsciously cursed when he sensed the unfathomable aura coming from the demon, recognizing its strength that was at the peak of Spirit Master. That demon is a peak Spirit Master, meaning it has the strength of a peak Spirit Grand Master? Yuan revealed this information to the Grand Elders. Of course their faces sank the moment they learned of this information. Strength of a Spirit Grand Master? How are we supposed to deal with that monster with just the 4 of us? Even 10 of us wouldn't be enough, Senior Li exclaimed. Meanwhile, the demon silently stared at them for a good moment before mumbling, "There's only 4 of them? I swear I smelled more than 4 people." "Oh well, there should be plenty more humans outside this place." The demon suddenly began approaching Yuan and the others in a slow and calm manner, almost like it wasn't worried about them escaping from it. "Humans, be obedient and offer yourself to me, and I will make things as painless as possible. If you dare resist, I will make sure you feel it as I slowly tear your flesh from your body with nothing but my teeth." The demon spoke with a hideous grin on its face, revealing its sharp yellow teeth to them. In response to the demon's words, Yuan tightened his grip on the sword, and without waiting for the Grand Elders, he rushed at the demon, chapter 590. "Let me eat you." "Ha ha ha!" The demon started laughing when it saw Yuan running at it in a seemingly reckless manner. "A mere early-stage spirit master dares to challenge me? A demon? Your mother must have never taught you about demons, human." The demon stood there without moving as it continued laughing even though Yuan was already in front of it. "Ha!" Yuan swung his sword with all of his might, tearing the demon's body in half. "Oh, you're a little more powerful than you appear. No wonder why you dared to challenge me." The demon remained calm even after getting split in half. "However, that won't be enough to stop me from ripping your flesh and chewing your bones." The demon completely regenerated its body before it even finished its sentence. He wasn't exaggerating about their regeneration abilities. How are we supposed to defeat a monster like that? The Grand Elders lost all will to fight when they witnessed firsthand the demon's heaven-defying regenerating abilities, and they could only stand there in shock as they watched Yuan fight with the demon. Of course, the demon wasn't taking Yuan seriously, as it was still filled with exhilaration from breaking free from the seal, so it wanted to play around with its food before eating them as a way of celebrating its freedom. However, even as he was fighting the demon, Yuan didn't stop trying to comprehend the demon's sealing strike inside his head. The demon eventually got tired of just taking Yuan's attacks and retaliated with its own attack. Bloody claws. The demon used its blood to turn its fingers into a long and sharp weapon before swinging them at Yuan, flying daggers. Yuan controlled 2 separate daggers to attack the demon after backing up. However, the demon completely ignored the daggers, allowing them to pierce its body as many times as it wants. Of course, Yuan didn't care whether his attacks worked or not on the demon, as his only intention was to stall the demon for as long as possible so that Mishu and the others could escape and evacuate the jaded garden. Midway through his fight, Yuan suddenly began feeling the mysterious power once again, and his body emitted a golden aura. Huh? The demon raised its eyebrows when it sensed this mysterious power within Yuan. What is that power? I want to taste it. The demon suddenly felt an uncontrollable urge to consume Yuan, and it no longer had the patience to play around with its food. Boom! The demon released its cultivation base, creating a powerful shockwave that tossed the coffins in the room all the way to the wall. Let me eat you! Let me eat you! The demon drooled with saliva as it pounced at Yuan while emitting an incredibly bloodthirsty aura. Yuan was surprised by the demon's sudden aggression, but he didn't panic, and the overwhelming power in his body helped calm his mind. Clang Yuan took the demon's strike head-on with his sword, but even with his golden aura, he was pushed back by that strike. Furthermore, while he was enveloped by this golden aura, his comprehension of the demon's sealing strike would progress a little faster. Bang! Clang! Boom! The entire room was destroyed as Yuan and the demon fought back and forth with broken coffins and dried-up corpses that had been resting inside these coffins scattered around like trash. This was a heartbreaking scene for the Grand Elders, but they were too terrified of the demon to even do anything about it. However, one cannot blame the Grand Elders for being scared out of their minds, as demons have this savage aura that makes humans instinctively fear them. Meanwhile, Yuan was on the verge of being suppressed by the demon. Even though he has his golden aura that significantly boosts his strength, it wasn't nearly enough to deal with the demon, who was actually growing more and more powerful as it got used to using its body after being sealed for so many years. Bang! The demon swung its sharp hands at Yuan, sending him flying across the room. Boom! Yuan fell onto the floor after hitting the wall. Damn it! Why am I so weak? Yuan quickly got back up to his feet. Unfortunately, by the time he stood back up, the demon was already in front of him. Whoosh! The demon suddenly extended its claw-like hands out, grabbing Yuan by the neck and lifting him into the air with ease. You're pretty powerful for someone at the first level, Spirit Master. Unfortunately, you do not have what it takes to deal with demons. You also have a mysterious power inside you. I cannot wait to taste your blood and acquire this power for myself. The demon opened its mouth and prepared to bite a chunk out of Yuan's body, but it suddenly felt something pierce its body. The demon looked down to see a spear piercing its chest. It turned around to see Senior Hong standing behind it with a spear in his grasp. However, his expression was still filled with terror. Don't worry, you will get your turn after I eat this brat. The demon sneered and returned to focusing Yuan, completely ignoring Senior Hong and the spear in its body. Yuan, who had been trying to break free from the demon's hold, accidentally removed his mask from all the struggling, revealing to everyone there his face for the first time. The Grand Elders weren't in the mood to care about Yuan's identity right now, so they didn't care. However, when the demon saw Yuan's face, its body immediately began trembling with intense fear, almost like an animal right before its prey. You, what are you doing here? The demon suddenly roared in a terrified tone. immediately released its grip on Yuan's neck and even jumped back, distancing itself from him. "You must be here to seal me again. No, I will not let you seal me for a second time. I will kill as many humans as I can before you take me." Almost like it had gone crazy, the demon began running towards the exit with its tail tucked between its legs, completely ignoring the fact that it had just dominated Yuan. "Fuck, the demon is leaving the tomb. We have to stop it." The Grand Elders that had been rooted in their spot this entire time suddenly regained their ability to control their bodies, and they immediately chased after the demon Taoist Yuan. "Are you okay?" Senior Hong helped him to his feet. "I am. Let's also chase after the demon. Many people will die if that demon leaves this place." Yuan quickly stood up and began chasing the demon, not even bothering to ponder why the demon suddenly let him go. However, the demon was too fast for any of them to catch, leaving Yuan and the others in the dust. Shit. It's heading towards the Jaded Garden. How long did we manage to stall the demon for? Hopefully, it's enough to let the others evacuate. Taoist Yuan, you can go ahead of us. Yuan nodded and immediately used his movement technique while pouring all of his spiritual energy into it, reaching a speed that he didn't know was possible before. Chapter 5091, Trail of Blood. After leaving the ancestor's tomb, Senior Wang and the others rushed back to the Jaded Garden to warn all of the disciples about the demon. Of course, the disciples were in disbelief at first, but they eventually snapped out of their daze and started making their way to the evacuation site, where a private airport and dozens of large airplanes had been prepared just in case they ever needed to do a mass evacuation. "Leave everything behind! The demon is being stalled by Taoist Yuan and the Grand Elders. Don't let their efforts go to waste." Senior Wang shouted at the disciples that were stumbling around in a panic. "Miss Michoud, we have a helicopter. Let's leave here in advance," Sebastian said to her, who was still carrying Chu Liushang, even though he'd offered to carry Chu Liushang for her. Michoud nodded. Although they will be leaving behind their luggage, they can always return for them in the future when the demon is no longer a threat. Thus, Michoud followed Sebastian to the helicopter. Of course, she made sure to warn the people in the hotel and Jean, who brought them to the Jaded Garden. "What? There's a monster? How is that possible?" Jean doubted Michoud's words at first, but then the hotel he was staying at received news from the Jaded Garden about the situation. "I will be leaving this place with them, so you can return by yourself," Michoud said to Jean before following Sebastian to their helicopter and leaving the Jaded Garden. "What are we going to do now?" Michoud asked Sebastian once they were in the air. "We'll stay in the Yang City for now, and depending on the situation, we may or may not return to the True Family. If the demon is dealt with, we will return to the Jaded Garden, but if things get bad, we will return to the True Family," Sebastian said. "What about you? If you have no place to go, you can follow us back to the True Family." But Yuan. Meixu immediately hesitated, as she didn't want to leave Yuan behind in the Jaded Garden. Sebastian remained silent for a moment before speaking. "He'll be fine. I don't know him very well compared to you or the young lady, but I have a feeling that he'll be okay. Furthermore, he wishes for your safety, so I cannot allow you to go back there until the demon is no longer a threat." Thus, Sebastian controlled the helicopter, flying it to Yang City. Shortly after Michoud and the others left the Jaded Garden, the demon would enter the Jaded Garden, and it immediately began destroying everything in its sight. Unfortunately, not everyone had evacuated from the Jaded Garden, and when the demon spotted them, it would immediately sink its sharp teeth inside their body before ripping out their skin and meat. "What the fuck is that thing? Run, it'll kill us all. Help me, it's eating me, help!" Chaos immediately ensued from the demon's rampage, and wherever the demon appeared, there would be carnage. Yuan returned to the Jaded Garden about 10 minutes after the demon, and by the time he arrived, the demon had already killed hundreds of people. Damn it, I was too late. Yuan could feel his heart beating uncomfortably loud when he saw the scene, and he couldn't help but blame himself for not being able to stall the demon long enough for them to escape. However, he didn't have the time to blame himself, and he immediately began following the trail of blood left behind by the demon. After following the trail for a few minutes, Yuan suddenly recognized the direction it was heading, and his face immediately sank. "The demon is heading towards the Immortal Caves? Oh no, Azure!" Yuan quickened his steps and rushed towards the immortal caves without looking at the trail anymore, and he silently prayed that Azure had already evacuated from the jaded garden. Please be safe, Azure. Yuan's heart burned with anxiety as he rushed to the immortal caves. Meanwhile, a few minutes ahead of Yuan, the demon arrived at the immortal caves that have the most spiritual energy in the entire jaded garden. Haha. I must have gone crazy from starvation when I ran away from that human. Now that I have satisfied my hunger, I can finally think again. That human, although he looked like that bastard who sealed me, there's no way such a weakling could be that person. The demon laughed out loud as it bit on a severed arm, chewing on the meat and bones together without any problem. Once I find that bastard again, I will make sure to consume him properly for embarrassing me like that. After walking for a few more moments, the demon suddenly stopped in its track when it noticed a female human sitting on top of a larger boulder who appeared to be in deep thoughts, so she didn't notice the demon's presence. The demon licked its lips and approached this unsuspecting individual. Once the demon was close enough, the woman snapped out of her daze and turned to face the demon. "Yuan?" She subconsciously muttered in a low voice. Then she noticed that this presence reeked of blood and bloodlust. "Who are you?" she asked, still unaware that she was before a monster that had killed hundreds of people already. The demon realized that this human was blind, so she couldn't see its hideous appearance. However, the demon couldn't care less whether she could see or not, and it calmly walked up to her with its claw-like hands raised into the air before swinging it directly at the woman's chest. It was at this moment a familiar voice frantically resounded, "Azure? Yuan?" A smile subconsciously appeared on Azure's face when she heard his voice. Then she suddenly felt a burst of pain in her chest. Still unaware of the situation, Azure subconsciously touched the part of her chest where the pain was coming from, and to her shock, there was nothing, as a gaping hole had appeared in her chest. A moment later she collapsed, falling from the boulder and landing on the ground, but her body didn't react to the fall. When Yuan, who'd arrived at the scene just to witness the demon thrust its bloody claws into Azure's chest, he roared in a desperate voice, "No, Azure!" Chapter 592, Intense Killing Intent. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Looks like I no longer have to waste time looking for you. I will make you pay for that embarrassment before. The demon licked its hand that was covered in Azure's blood when it noticed Yuan standing a few meters away from it. This blood is fucking delicious. The demon was surprised when it tasted Azure's blood. She will make for a good dessert after I finish eating you, human. The demon laughed loudly. However, there was no response from Yuan, who silently stood there in a daze, almost like he'd turned into a stone statue. 2 streams of tears began flowing down his face a moment later when he realized the situation. Azure. Yuan eventually snapped out of his shock, and when he did, he gritted his teeth so hard that his mouth began bleeding.
Yuan released. Yuan released a beastly roar that shook the trees around them before rushing at the demon without any movement techniques. He was simply rushing at the demon in a reckless manner. In fact, he wasn't even thinking at all, as his mind was filled with anger and desperation. Sha, the demon slashed its claw-like hands at Yuan, and because of its recent feast, its power had grown much more than previously, sending Yuan flying many meters into the distance. Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood afterward, but he immediately stood up before rushing at the demon once again. The demon quickly noticed Yuan's sudden change in behavior, and it turned to look at Azure's body on the ground. "Oh, did you know her? Perhaps she was your lover. What a pity.
If I had known that earlier, I would have kept her alive so that I could torture her before you." The demon sighed in a regretful manner. When Yuan heard the demon's words, he felt something snap somewhere inside his body, and intense killing intent would gush from his body. At this moment, Yuan could no longer think properly, but his body continued to function purely on instinct. Yuan dropped the sword in his hand the next second. When the demon saw this, it laughed. "Are you giving up already? Aren't you going to avenge your girlfriend? What a pathetic existence you are, even for a lowly human." However, the next moment, a beautiful sword would appear out of thin air before falling into Yuan's grasp, and this sword greatly resembled his Empyrean overlord from Cultivation Online. The second this sword appeared in this world, it released a divine aura that sucked all of the spiritual energy from the immortal caves almost instantly, turning the place into an ordinary location. "Where the hell did you pull that thing from?" The demon could sense an unfathomable power hidden within the sword, but it wasn't scared, after all. No matter how powerful the sword was, its wielder was powerless. Once the sword was in Yuan's grasp, he immediately rushed at the demon again. Bang! The demon used its claws to block the sword, but the massive sword was countless times heavier than it appeared, and it tore right through its claws before slashing the demon's body in half. And before the demon could even have a chance to regenerate, it felt something pierce its face, creating a gaping hole in its head. Where did that attack come from? I didn't see anything. The demon wondered to itself as its body quickly regenerated until all of its injuries were healed. Yuan would continue his mindless assault on the demon, but no matter how many times he slashed the demon's body in half or tore a hole in its head, the demon would regenerate until there's not even a single scratch on its body. "Are you done yet?" The demon casually patted its shoulders, clearly unaffected by Yuan's attacks. "Then it's my turn." The demon released its cultivation and started attacking Yuan aggressively, quickly overpowering Yuan. "Even though you'd gained more strength, you're actually weaker than before. What a disappointment. Allow me to end your worthless life right now." The demon suddenly grew a tail made out of blood before using it as a weapon, and because of Yuan's mindless state, he was unable to defend against this sneak attack. The demon's tail pierced the center of Yuan's chest the next second. Cough. Yuan coughed out another mouthful of blood, and because of the intense pain in his chest, he snapped out of his daze, but it was too late, as there was already a hole in his chest. The demon swung its tail, sending Yuan flying across the place once again. However, Yuan didn't stand back up this time and remained lying on the cold ground as he'd completely lost his consciousness, falling deep asleep. Inside his dream that started the moment he lost consciousness, Yuan stood before Azure's figure, who was sitting on the boulder with her back facing him. "You broke your promise to protect me, Yuan." Azure spoke to him in a gentle voice. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Yuan could only mutter these few words as tears flowed from his eyes. "Ha!" Azure merely sighed in response. "If only I was stronger. If only I gave you a proper answer. If only—" Yuan kneeled on the ground as he contemplated what he could have done to prevent this situation. After a moment of silence, a voice resounded, but it didn't belong to Azure. Losing to such a weak demon, truly pathetic. Yuan lifted his head to look at the handsome man standing behind him, but there was something different about this handsome man and his aura, and he was wearing a black and golden robe that had the words "Bane of Demons" on it. "Go ahead. Laugh at me for being weak like you always do." "I deserve it," Yuan said. However, the handsome man didn't laugh, nor did he say anything, merely staring at Yuan with a solemn face. After a long moment of silence, the handsome man lifted his hand and pointed it in front of Yuan. "Stand up and fight it," he spoke in a calm voice. Yuan turned his head to see the demon standing not far away from him, and it was approaching Azure, who was still sitting on the boulder. Seeing this, Yuan shook his head. "What's the point? I won't defeat it no matter what." I said, "Stand up." The handsome man suddenly roared, and Yuan could feel an invisible force pulling him to his feet. Once Yuan was standing, the handsome man suddenly took a step forward, walking straight into Yuan. Yuan expected the handsome man to bump into him, but to his surprise, almost as though his body was made out of air, the handsome man walked through his body before disappearing from his sight. The next moment, Yuan could feel his body moving, but he was not the one controlling it, and he began approaching the demon in the distance. Meanwhile, in the real world, as the demon approached Yuan's unconscious body, it suddenly stopped moving when it noticed Yuan's body twitching. "Not dead yet," the demon sneered before aiming its tail at Yuan's head. However, right before the tail reached his head, Yuan's hand suddenly moved to grab the demon's tail, stopping it an inch away from his head. The demon didn't think anything of his movements at first, but then its body began trembling for some reason. The next moment it noticed that its tail was beginning to feel stiff, almost as though it was turning solid. The demon's eyes widened with terror when it felt this familiar feeling, and it subconsciously cut off its tail before jumping backward. "You fucking bastard," the demon muttered in a low voice as it watched the tail that it severed turn into stone a second later. "You can use demon sealing techniques? Who are you?" The demon roared at Yuan, who was slowly getting back to his feet. Once he was standing, Yuan casually patted his clothes before speaking in a calm voice. "You don't recognize me, and you call yourself a demon?" Yuan lifted his head to face the demon with a slight grin on his face. "I cannot remember the last time I snacked on a demon core, nor do I recall their taste. Perhaps you can help me remember, lowly demon." Yuan then licked his lips like a starved man craving food. Chapter 593, Demon Sealing Zone, snack on demon cores. Impossible. You can't be." The demon quickly realized Yuan's identity, but it didn't dare to actually believe it. After all, there is only one person in this universe who can consume demon cores, and that individual is the founder of the Demon Sealing Clan, Divine Paragon. The Divine Paragon is the bane of all demons. No matter how powerful a demon is, they will remain as mere ants before the Divine Paragon, who can kill demons as simple as breathing. You cannot be the Divine Paragon. What are you doing here? Why do you look like that? Why are you showing your true identity now?" The demon questioned him. "Whether I am real or not, why don't we put that to the test?" Yuan spoke in a calm voice as he slowly approached the demon. Furthermore, Yuan had activated the golden aura once again, but it was much clearer than previously, and he had complete control over it. The demon took a step back every time Yuan took a step forward, but it didn't dare to turn around and run, as it was afraid that if it turned its back to Yuan, it would die without realizing what had happened. However, after walking a dozen steps, the demon suddenly felt something against its back, preventing it from walking back any further. The demon subconsciously turned around to see what was blocking it, as it was certain that there wasn't anything in that direction, and sure enough, when it looked, there was plenty of empty space behind it. However, for some reason it was unable to move any further, almost like there was an invisible wall there. "Where do you think you're going?" Yuan suddenly spoke to it. The demon immediately turned to look at Yuan, who had a malicious grin on his face. "You can force your way outside this formation if you'd like, but just know that the moment you leave this field, you will become sealed. This technique is called the Demon Sealing Zone. Once activated, any demons within the zone will no longer be able to leave. If you do, you'll become sealed. Demon Sealing Zone? You really are." The Demon Sealing Zone is one of the Divine Paragon's many unique techniques that allow him to completely turn any demon into powerless mortals, and it is also why all demons fear him. Once they enter this zone, they will no longer be able to leave for the rest of their lives, and if they force their way out of this imprisonment, they will only be greeted with another form of imprisonment that is getting sealed. "Since you're just a lowly demon, I will give you a chance to escape," Yuan suddenly said. Really?" The demon's eyes flickered with hope. However, when it heard what Yuan said next, its face sank. "If you can defeat me, I will let you walk out here without getting sealed." "Fuck you. You might as well keep me in here forever," the demon cursed. Yuan shrugged and said, "Since you'll stay in this place forever, you might as well try and defeat me." The demon gritted its sharp teeth, but it found no fault in Yuan's words. Indeed, if it doesn't try to defeat him, it will never be able to escape the demon-sealing zone that has tormented countless demons before. The demon prepared to launch its attack on Yuan. However, right as it was about to strike, Yuan snapped his fingers, forcing the demon onto its knees with a tyrannical pressure that came out of nowhere. What is the meaning of this?" the demon shouted out loud. "You actually think you have a chance to defeat me, a lowly demon such as yourself? Know your place." The tyrannical pressure suddenly became countless times more powerful, immediately flattening the demon into meat paste the next second. Of course, the demon regenerated a few seconds later. The demon tried to lift its head to look at Yuan after recovering, but before it could even lift its head halfway, the pressure flattened its body once again. Once the demon regenerated, Yuan flattened it for the third time, then a fourth time, a fifth time, a dozen times. Why are you wasting your energy on such pointless attacks? Such attacks have no use on me, as demons don't feel any pain. The demon managed to speak after regenerating for the 13th time. I am merely playing with you. Don't worry, the real punishment starts now. Yuan snapped his fingers, creating a golden sword made purely out of spiritual energy, before sending it flying at the demon's hand, pinning it to the ground. "Ah!" The demon suddenly screamed in pain. When the demon realized what had just happened, it looked at Yuan with a terrified face. "What did you do to me?" the demon roared. "This must be your first time experiencing real pain, huh?" The fact that demons cannot experience pain is false. Demons also experience pain, but their tolerance to pain is quite admirable, to the point where they don't feel any pain even when their body is turned to meat paste. All I did was simply remove your pain tolerance, allowing you to experience pain as normal humans would. Don't worry, you won't die even if you can feel pain, but you will definitely wish for death after I'm done with you." The demon began to sweat for the first time in its life when it saw the sadistic smile on Yuan's face. However, right as it opened its mouth to speak, the pressure flattened its body once again. This time, the demon felt every ounce of pain that came from having its entire body crushed into meat paste. Once it regenerated, the demon shrieked like a pig being slowly slaughtered. It was a ghastly sound that would make even the toughest men on Earth tremble in fear if heard. "Hey, how many humans did you kill today?" Yuan suddenly asked it, and he continued, "I will crush you 10 times for every human you killed if you don't tell me. I will torture you until I feel like stopping." The demon stared at Yuan with a terrified gaze. "You monster," it muttered in a powerless voice. Chapter 594, A Demon's Cry. "Hurry up and tell me how many humans you killed today. I'm not a very patient person." Yuan spoke before crushing the demon into meat paste again. Once it regenerated, the demon muttered in a trembling voice, I don't remember. You don't remember? Maybe this will jog your memories." Splat. The demon slammed into the ground, instantly turning into a pool of blood. "Do you remember now?" Yuan asked it again after it regenerated. However, before it could even speak, Yuan interrupted it by flattening it again. Splat! Splat! After flattening the demon a dozen times. Yuan finally stopped flattening it without letting it speak. "Do you remember now?" I remember. I remember. Please, I remember everything." The demon quickly responded this time, as it feared that Yuan would flatten it again before it could even speak. "Speak? I killed? Splat." The demon was flattened again before it could even give an answer. Once the demon regenerated, Yuan said in a calm voice, "Oh, my bad. I instinctively flattened you just now." The demon felt like cursing out loud, but it resisted and spoke, 138 humans. I killed 138 humans today." 138 humans, huh? Then I will have to flatten you 13,800 times as punishment." Yuan casually said. "What? 13,800? You said 10 times for every human I killed. It should be 1,380 times." The demon quickly said in a panicked manner, You can do math? How surprising. Either way, I don't have the time to torture you so many times, so I will torture you with a different method." Yuan snapped his fingers, creating 3 more golden swords before sending them at the demon's other hand and legs, completely pinning the demon on the ground. Yuan then summoned 1 more sword, and this golden sword was twice the size of the other swords. Once he created the sword, he sent it flying into the demon's back. The demon roared, feeling indescribable pain that was many times more painful than being flattened into meat paste. Once all 5 golden swords were piercing the demon's body, Yuan casually waved his hands. The next moment, "Arararara!" The demon released its loudest scream yet when 1,000 tiny golden swords suddenly burst from within its body, turning the demon's body into something that looked like it had been attacked by a porcupine. Its eyes, mouth, ears, there were tiny golden swords all over its body. The pain was so unbearable that the demon lost consciousness. Unfortunately, the demon's regenerative abilities would kick in a moment later, taking away its peace that lasted only a short moment. "Please stop." The demon pleaded with bloody tears flowing down its face. What did you just say? I couldn't hear you, so I will assume that you want to experience it again." And without waiting for the demon to respond, Yuan created another burst of golden swords inside its body. The demon's cry echoed in the jaded garden that was almost completely evacuated by now. Meanwhile, Senior Hong and the other 2 grand elders that stayed behind with Yuan had finally managed to return to the jaded garden. They were shocked to see the destruction caused by the demon, but before they had any chance to ponder about the situation, they heard an inhuman scream coming from the direction of the immortal caves. The grand elders mistook this inhuman cry as a human crying for help, so they immediately rushed to the scene, and to their absolute shock, when they arrived at the scene, they could only see Yuan standing in front of a collapsed demon that had many golden swords piercing its body. The grand elders doubted their eyes for a moment, but they eventually came to the realization that it was actually the demon who was crying for help when they heard the inhuman screams. However, they didn't dare to approach the scene at this moment, as they felt that something was different, odd about Yuan, so they decided to watch them from a distance. "Hey, what did you say just now? Can you repeat it for me?" Yuan asked the demon afterward. "Please, stop." The demon pleaded again. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a cold voice. "I refuse." And another burst of golden swords assaulted the demon. However, Yuan didn't stop this time, and continued to create golden swords inside the demon's body. Eventually, the demon's figure was entirely covered in golden swords, making its appearance unrecognizable. Sometime later, Yuan removed all of the golden swords from the demon's body. Although the demon was on the verge of going insane, it recognized its chance to escape from this hell, and the moment it could move again, it immediately stood up and began running away. Yuan could have easily prevented the demon from running, but he didn't do anything and silently watched the demon run. The demon quickly reached the invisible wall, but it didn't care and continued to move forward, slowly forcing itself out of the demon's sealing zone. "I'd rather be sealed again than let you play with me any further, divine paragon." The demon laughed out loud as it exited the demon sealing zone, feeling relieved that it will all be over soon. The moment the demon left the formation, its entire body turned into stone, becoming sealed again. Yes, he did it. He really defeated the demon. The grand elders were excited to see the demon sealed again. Seeing the demon sealing itself, Yuan burst out laughing, and he calmly approached the sealed demon. Once he was in range, Yuan gently tapped the sealed demon with his finger. A moment later, cracks began appearing on the sealed demon, shocking the grand elders. "What?" The demon, who had lost consciousness after being sealed, was suddenly awake again. It silently stood there in a daze, wondering to itself if it was dreaming. Seeing the demon's puzzlement, Yuan spoke with a grin on his face. "Did you really think you could escape my punishment by sealing yourself? If I can seal you, I can also unseal you." When the demon heard Yuan's words and realized that it wasn't dreaming, it literally lost its mind from shock and terror, and it also finally understood why even the strongest demons would run away in fear when they hear the name Divine Paragon, Chapter 595, Last Breath. Once a demon opposes me, whether they die or live, is no longer within their control. Yuan stood before the demon with an overbearing atmosphere around him, looking like an overlord. The demon, which had lost its sanity, suddenly released a long and beastly roar. Its glowing red eyes turned dark red, and vigorous veins began popping all over its body. The demon also grew in size, becoming about 30% larger. Yuan smiled when he saw this, and he muttered in a low voice, "Looks like it's about time I stopped playing with my food." "Die!" The demon swung its claw-like hands at Yuan with all of its power. Seeing this, Yuan casually blocked the attack with his bare arms, completely stopping the demon in its tracks, despite being an entire realm weaker than it. After blocking the attack, Yuan suddenly extended his free arm, aiming it at the red crystal in the demon's chest. Shar! Yuan's hand pierced the demon's body like how it pierced Azure, before pulling out the red crystal from its chest. Normally, even if the red crystal is removed from a demon's chest, it would simply turn into blood and return to the demon. But in this case, the red crystal didn't turn into blood and remained as a crystal inside Yuan's grasp. "Disappear from my sight, you lowly demon." Yuan then tightened his fist, crushing the red crystal into countless tiny fragments. The demon suddenly stopped all movements. A moment later, the demon's body began melting like ice cream under the blazing sun, until nothing but its demon core was left. Once the demon core was revealed, Yuan casually picked it up before putting it inside his mouth without any hesitation, shocking the Grand Elders. The demon core immediately melted inside his mouth. As expected of a lowly demon, its demon core tasted like trash, even though it was terrified out of its mind. "Looks like no matter how much I scare a lowly demon, it will not enhance the taste by much," Yuan thought to himself. Perhaps he was the only one in the universe who had such knowledge that a demon's core will taste better if the demon was terrified before its death. Hence why the divine paragon would always play with the demons before killing them. If the world learned that the divine paragon had been torturing demons just to make their demon core taste better inside his mouth, they would begin to question if he was actually the real demon all along. After killing the demon and consuming its core, Yuan's cultivation base soared from the first level Spirit Master all the way to the peak level Spirit Master. However, Yuan completely ignored his breakthroughs and turned his focus onto Azure, who was lifelessly lying on the ground. He approached her before taking a knee beside her. "I'm sorry, but I do not have the power to save you," he sighed. Meanwhile, inside his consciousness, Yuan had witnessed the entire scene from beginning to end. The handsome man wearing the black and golden robe appeared before him again and spoke. "The woman is not dead yet, but she does not have much time left. I will give you a chance to fulfill her dreams before she is no longer in this world." The handsome man said. The handsome man that had been controlling Yuan's body this entire time began pouring some of his golden aura into Azure's body, sealing all of her pain and waking her up temporarily. Once he was finished, he returned the control to Yuan. "Azure!" Yuan called out to her. "Yuan, for some reason I'm feeling very tired and cold." Azure slowly opened her eyelids, revealing to Yuan her beautiful blue eyes for the first time and the reason for her name. "It's okay. You just need some rest," Yuan said, trying his best to not cry. "You're right, I haven't been able to sleep properly for the last few days, ever since I met you," she mumbled in a low voice, still oblivious to her situation. "Yuan, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? I should be the one apologizing to you. I'm sorry for making things awkward between us so suddenly. If only I was a little more patient." "No, don't be sorry. I was happy when you told me." "Really? Does this mean you'll accept me as your girlfriend?" Azure asked with a gentle smile on her face. "Yes, I will accept you as my girlfriend. Thank the heavens. I was really worried that you would reject me." After a moment of silence, Azure spoke, the strength in her voice becoming weaker. "Hey, Yuan, can you do me a favor before I fall asleep?" "Of course, whatever you want. Can you kiss me? This will make our relationship official." Yuan didn't hesitate and gently kissed Azure on her soft lips, but it was one that tasted like blood. "I love you, Yuan." Azure took her last breath after that sentence before falling asleep with a blissful smile on her beautiful face. After Azure left this world, Yuan also collapsed, as the toll on his body had finally caught up with him, sending him into a deep coma. Seeing this, the Grand Elders finally decided to approach them. "Are they still alive?" Senior Li asked. Senior Hong went to check Yuan's pulses first and nodded. He's still alive. As for Azure, I'm afraid she's no longer with us. Senior Hong sighed after checking her pulses. What a tragedy. Senior Shi shook his head. Let's hurry up and get Taoist Yuan out of here and to a hospital. He might be in critical condition, Senior Li then said. I will take care of Taoist Yuan. You guys take care of the rest. Senior Hong then picked up Yuan and quickly disappeared from the scene. Meanwhile, Senior Shi and Senior Li contacted Senior Wang and the other Grand Elders, telling them that the demon had been dealt with and that they were safe to return to the Jaded Garden. What? The demon has been defeated? Are you sure about this? Senior Wang stood up from her seat as she exclaimed, Yes, we witnessed Yuan defeating the demon with our own eyes. Senior Li confirmed. We are coming back. Tell us everything once we return. Senior Wang then told the pilots to turn the airplane around, returning to the Jaded Garden, Chapter 596, founder of the Demon Sealing Clan. After arriving in Yang City, Meixiu and Sebastian rented out a hotel to stay in for the time being, as Chu Liushang was still unconscious. Brother Yuan. Chu Liushang woke up shouting about half an hour after they arrived at the hotel. Where are we? Where's Brother Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked Meixiu, who was in the same room. We are currently in Yang City, she replied. What about Brother Yuan? He's still in the Jaded Garden. Why did you leave him behind? I thought you loved him, Chu Liuxiang cried out loud. Calm down, young lady, Sebastian suddenly said. It was the young master's decision. If you truly love him, you would respect his wishes. That's... Chu Liuxiang was immediately left speechless by Sebastian's words. Clearly, he was used to dealing with her. Believe in the young master. He's destined to achieve great things in the future, so he won't die there, Sebastian continued. I guess you're right, but what are we going to do now? I cannot just sit around and do nothing. Call my father. We're going to request his help to deal with the demon. Chu Liuxiang then said, I have already notified the masters of the situation. They are currently pondering on how they should approach this problem as we speak. We can only wait for their response now. This situation is much direr than you probably think, young lady. If the demon is allowed to run rampant, it could very well be the end of humanity. Chu Liushang sighed. Sometime later, Meixiu suddenly received a call from Senior Wang. Feng, you need to return to the Jaded Garden. The demon has been defeated, but Taoist Yuan is currently in a critical condition. What? Meixiu exclaimed in a shocked voice. I will be there as soon as possible. What happened? Chu Liushang asked her. It's Yuan. The demon's been defeated, but he's in a critical condition, she quickly explained. What? Brother Yuan is in a critical condition? What happened to him? Chu Liuxiang completely ignored the part where Yuan defeated the demon and focused only on his condition. I don't know. We won't know until we return to the Jaded Garden. Sebastian. Chu Liuxiang turned to look at him. Right away, Sebastian had a delayed response since he was shocked to learn that Yuan had defeated the demon already. Thus, they began making their way back to the Jaded Garden. Meanwhile, inside the 6 spiritual families' private hospital, Yuan was being taken care of by a dozen doctors at once. They were preparing to do surgery on Yuan because of the massive injury in the center of his chest, but to their absolute shock, by the time they finished their preparations, the injury had closed on its own. It was unlike anything they have ever seen before, and they questioned if Yuan was human or not afterward. Where am I? Am I dead? Yuan wondered to himself as he was, surrounded by nothing but darkness, somewhere deep within his consciousness. No, you're still alive. A voice suddenly responded to him. Yuan turned around to see 2 figures standing behind him, both of them being the handsome man, but there were slight differences between them, such as their aura and demeanor. One of them appeared to be the usual handsome man, the one who would appear in his dream the most often. The second one appeared only recently, and he was the one who dealt with the demon. Why are there 2 of you? Are you the same person or 2 different people? Yuan asked them. The 2 of them looked at each other before smiling. Both. They responded simultaneously. We're both the same person, but different people at the same time. You're also the same as us, yet you're a different person. Do you understand reincarnation? But how can there be two of you? Yuan then asked. Do you think a person can only reincarnate once? One can continue to reincarnate until their soul is broken or worn out, and with every reincarnation, one's soul becomes weaker. So not everyone is equal. Some people can only reincarnate once before their soul is worn out, while others can reincarnate 2, even 3 times. The divine paragon explained. How many times have I reincarnated by now? There's 2 of you right now, and that person who is wielding a spear is most likely one as well. So there's at least 3, Yuan said. Who knows? They both shrugged. Yuan then turned to look at the handsome man wearing the Bane of Demons robe and said, You're the founder of the Demon Sealing clan, right? But that only exists in Cultivation Online. Are you telling me that Cultivation Online is actually real, that it exists somewhere in this universe? It's good to finally see you using your senses. Did that woman's death wake you up? The other handsome man laughed. Yuan gritted his teeth when the topic suddenly switched to Azure. However, before he could say anything, the founder of the Demon Sealing clan spoke in a solemn voice. It's not over just yet. What isn't over? Both the demon and Azure, he responded. What do you mean by that? You may have defeated one demon today, but do you really think that there is only a single demon in your world? You'll probably have to fight a few more in the future when they eventually break from their seal. What? There are more demons out there? Yuan exclaimed. Most likely, so you better prepare yourself before they break from their seal, or what happened to Azure will repeat again, and it could be either Meikshu or Chu Liusheng who will take their last breath in your arms next, said the divine paragon. As for Azure, you might be able to see her again. Really? How? Yuan no longer cared about the demons that might appear in the future and asked. Divine paragon then said, Do you remember when I mentioned that a person can reincarnate as long as their soul is unharmed? If you find her soul, then I can reincarnate her? Where can I find her soul? Divine paragon shook his head. I cannot answer all of your questions now, but you might be able to find these answers, as well as your true origin inside Cultivation Online. Cultivation Online, Yuan mumbled. Chapter 597, Aftermath. Brother Yuan. Where's Brother Yuan? Chu Liusheng rushed to the hospital after returning to the Jaded Garden with Meikshu and Sebastian. Taoist Yuan is currently resting in the patient room, Senior Wang said to them. What about his condition? Meikshu then asked. Don't worry, he's no longer in a critical condition. Thank you. Meikshu released a deep and relieved sigh. We don't deserve your gratitude, as we didn't really do anything. There was a massive hole in the center of Taoist Yuan's chest, but it closed up on its own before we could treat it. However, he's still in a coma, and we don't know when he'll wake up. Senior Wang then led them to the room that Yuan was resting in. Inside the room, the other Grand Elders, as well as some of the elite disciples, such as Wang Ming and Li Jinshi, were there. Brother Yuan, Chu Liuxiang, ran to the bed where Yuan was resting. What happened after we left? Meikshu asked them. Take a seat. It's a long story, Senior Hong said. Once they were seated, he began telling them about what had happened after they were separated. After all of you left, we stayed behind to stall the demon. But it was simply too strong, overpowering Taoist Yuan even though he was using his golden aura that allowed him to defeat Li Jinshi effortlessly. As shameful as this sounds, we didn't really do anything, as we were all frozen from shock. If you were there to witness the demon that looked like something from hell, you would understand Taoist Yuan slashed the demon in half more times than we can count, tearing holes in its face every few seconds. But no matter what kind of damage he did to the demon, it would regenerate completely within mere seconds. After fighting for some time, the demon suddenly ran away from the tomb for some reason, and we chased after it. Taoist Yuan was much faster than us, so he went ahead. By the time we returned to the Jaded Garden, the demon had already gone on a rampage, killing many disciples, and we are still figuring out how many people had fallen to the demon. Shortly after we arrived at the Jaded Garden, we heard this inhuman scream coming from the immortal caves. We thought it was someone crying for help, so we rushed there as soon as possible. However, to our shock when we arrived, we could only see Taoist Yuan and the demon, with the demon being pinned on the ground by some glowing swords. We decided to remain distanced to watch the situation, and we quickly realized that it was the demon that had been screaming for help. We don't know what happened to Taoist Yuan, but he seemed like an entirely different person when he fought the demon for the second time, completely overwhelming it without giving it any chance to fight back, even torturing and playing with the demon like it was some kind of toy. Yuan? Meishu was shocked to hear that Yuan had tortured the demon, as that didn't sound like him at all. Also, Azure was one of the victims, Senior Hong said to Senior Wang. Aya, Azure. Why did I forget to warn her? Senior Wang immediately slapped herself after hearing Azure's name, as she had completely forgotten about Azure, who would normally spend most of her time inside the immortal caves, not to mention how overwhelmed she was from the situation. So, junior sister, Azure is gone. Wang Ming shook his head. Azure was actually one of their most talented disciples, who could comprehend many techniques with ease. But ever since she became blind, she would spend most of her time mastering the zither. Azure, that new friend Yuan made recently? Michu thought to herself. Although Yuan had mentioned that he made a new friend who can play the zither, they never really met Azure. Anyways, Taoist Yuan defeated the demon and ended the calamity shortly after. Senior Hong said. What should we do now? Wang Ming asked. We first need to figure out the casualties so that we can notify their family. Then we'll restore the areas destroyed by the demon. Once all of that is finished, we will figure the rest out, Senior Li said, and for the next week, the 6 spiritual families would work on restoring the Jaded Garden. As for Meishu and Chu Liuxiang, they remained beside Yuan the whole time in the hospital. Of course, news of what happened at the Jaded Garden had spread throughout the world, and the existence of demons was revealed to everyone. News reporters flooded the Jaded Garden in hopes of getting interviews with the 6 spiritual families, but they were all turned away. Government from around the world also approached the 6 spiritual families for questioning, and they were much harder to turn away for obvious reasons, so the 6 spiritual families spoke with them. And for Yuan's safety, the 6 spiritual families didn't mention the person who defeated the demon, only saying that some powerful cultivator appeared out of thin air, defeating the demon in a blink before disappearing as quickly. Of course, people knew that Yuan had fought with the demon, as Senior Wang had told everyone when they evacuated, but nobody besides very few people knew the whole story. Yuan remained unconscious this entire time, with nobody knowing when he'll wake up again. While he was unconscious, Yuan would speak with the divine paragon and the handsome man whose identity was still unknown, and he would also regain some of his old memories. 2 weeks after the demon was defeated, Yuan finally woke up from his deep slumber. "Brother Yuan, you're awake?" Chu Liuxiang was the first to notice his condition, as she would spend most of her time staring at his face. Meishu stopped her cultivation when she heard Chu Liuxiang's voice, and she quickly went to check on Yuan. "Are you okay, Yuan? Can you speak?" Meishu asked him. Chapter 15, Honor 98. The calamity is not over yet? "I am fine. Where am I? And how long have I been asleep?" Yuan asked in a low voice. "We are currently inside the 6 spiritual families' private hospital, and you have been asleep for about 2 weeks now," Meishu said. "That long?" Yuan slowly sat up on the bed. "I'm sorry if I made you too worried, but I am fine," he said to them a moment later. "Wait right here. I will get the doctors to check your condition." Meishu then went to call for a doctor. After checking Yuan's body, the doctor said, "His body is a little weak right now, but besides that, everything is normal." "Thank you, doctor. I need to speak with the Grand Elders," Yuan said to Meishu. "The calamity. It's not over yet." What? Meishu's eyes widened with shock. "What do you mean the calamity isn't over yet? Didn't you defeat the demon already?" Chu Liuxiang quickly asked. "Yes, the demon is gone, however. That isn't the only demon in this world. There are other sealed demons in this world, and they will eventually break from their seal. Unbelievable. So we'll have to deal with this again." Meishu muttered in a voice of disbelief. Sometime later, the Grand Elders gathered at the hospital inside Yuan's room.
Taoist Yuan.
It's relieving to see you finally awake. I haven't had a wink of sleep for the last 2 weeks. Senior Hong laughed when he saw Yuan awake. Senior Wang, did you bring the crystal? Yuan asked her a moment later. Yes, but why do you need it? Senior Wang retrieved the wooden box. Can you show me the crystal inside? Hearing Yuan's words, Senior Wang and the other grand elders could sense an ominous feeling in the air. After taking a deep breath, Senior Wang opened the box, revealing the crystal inside. Impossible. Why is the crystal still yellow? The calamity should have ended when the demon died, Senior Hong exclaimed in a shocked voice. How do you know this, Taoist Yuan? Senior Wang then asked. Yuan took a moment to ponder an excuse before speaking. The demon told me right before its death that it wasn't alone in this world and that its comrades will eventually break out of its seal as well. Heavens. Senior Hong fell on his butt after hearing Yuan's words. This means they will have to fight even more demons in the future, and if they are any stronger than the one they have already defeated, it will be a very grim moment for the world. Don't worry, I will take care of the demons, Yuan suddenly said, and he continued in a cold voice, I will personally eradicate every single demon in this world until there is none left. Everyone in the room swallowed nervously when they saw the cold expression on Yuan's face as he spoke those words. Clearly, defeating demons has become something personal for him after Azura's death. Although we most likely won't be of any help to you when it comes to fighting demons, if you need anything, please let us know. Senior Li said to him, Yes, we owe you a great amount for defeating the demon. If it wasn't for you, our entire jaded garden would have been destroyed, and there would have been far more casualties, Senior Wang added. She then handed the crystal to Yuan. This crystal can probably tell when a demon is about to break from its seal, so it will be more useful in your hands than ours. Please take it. Yuan nodded and accepted the crystal. Sometime later, Senior Hong asked, Taoist Yuan, what are you going to do now? I'm going home, then I will create my own faction, he responded. In order to create a faction, you will need more than 3 people. We can send you some of our own disciples to help you create your faction. If you want them to leave or even stay in your faction afterward, it's all up to you, Senior Wang said. Thank you, Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Yuan and the others returned to the Immortal Caves to pick up whatever they left behind in a hurry. Senior Wang, do you mind if I take these 2 zithers with me? Yuan asked her permission to take Azure's zithers. Go ahead, Senior Wang nodded. And then she said, If you wish to visit her grave before you leave, of course. Yuan nodded. Senior Wang then brought him to where they buried all of the victims from the demon's rampage, and there was a total of 138 graves. This one is Azure's resting spot. Senior Wang showed him the way. Yuan took a seat in front of her grave, and he placed Azure's zither on his lap. He then started playing the zither, and it was one of the songs that he'd learned from Azure during their time together. After playing the song, Yuan stood up and prayed, If there's really a chance for us to play the zither again, I will make it happen, I promise. Some time later, Yuan turned to Senior Wang and bowed to her. Thank you for everything. I will ask for an alliance with the spiritual elites once I create my faction. Let us know before you create your faction so that we can send our disciples to you. Senior Wang nodded. Of course. After saying his goodbyes with the other grand elders, Yuan left the jaded garden with Mei Shu and the others, using Chu Xiang's helicopter to get out of the place. We're going to return to our apartment first. What are you going to do now, Lulu? Yuan asked her while they were in the air. I'm going to follow you, of course. There's no way that I would leave before you create your faction, she said. Once they arrived at Yang City, Yuan and Meixiu followed Chu Xiang to her private airplane, where they begin their journey back home. Chapter 599, Returning Home. Brother Yuan, you can be pretty cruel at times, you know, Chu Xiang suddenly said to him after they lifted into the air in their private plane. Why would you say that? Yuan asked in a dumbfounded voice. You already forgot about hitting me with a sword and knocking me unconscious? Chu Liuxiang puffed her cheeks in an angry yet cute manner. "Oh, that, I'm sorry, but if I didn't do that, you could have gotten hurt for real," Yuan apologized. "I understand why you did it, and I'm thankful that you did, but I cannot help but be upset about it. Therefore, as punishment, you'll have to hug me while we sleep tonight." Chu Liuxiang then said. Yuan didn't say anything and merely nodded with a slight smile on his face. And for the rest of the flight, Yuan would remain relatively silent, seemingly in deep thoughts the whole time. Neither Mishu nor Chu Liuxiang tried to speak with him when they saw his mood, as they can tell that he was still in pain from what happened at the Jaded Garden, and sometimes it was the better choice to let them ponder in peace than to try and comfort them. After the whole incident in the Jaded Garden, Yuan's view of this world has flipped upside down, and coupled with the new revelation that Cultivation Online exists somewhere in this universe, Yuan wasn't sure how he should do next. The next day, when they had only 2 hours left before landing, Yuan gathered Mishu and Chu Liuxiang for a conversation. "Do either of you know how to actually create a faction, or how to maintain it?" Yuan asked them. "I have looked into it after you said that you wanted to create one, so I know the basics." Mishu said, "I don't think you have to worry about maintaining the faction if you do not plan on mass recruiting people. Even if there's a dozen of us in the end, we really don't have to do much, at least when compared to factions that have to deal with hundreds, if not thousands of people." Chu Liuxiang said, "Makes sense." Yuan nodded. "Then can I trouble you two to help me create and maintain the faction?" "I will be very busy in Cultivation Online soon," he continued. "Cultivation Online? Shouldn't you be preparing to fight the other demons when they eventually break out of their seal?" Chu Liuxiang looked at him with wide eyes. How can one possibly think about playing a game when they still have the calamity to worry about? Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. "This is going to sound crazy, but I believe that the world of Cultivation Online actually exists somewhere in this universe, as he'd expected." Both Mingxu and Chu Liuxiang looked at him with dumbfounded looks on their faces. "How else do you explain why cultivation techniques from Cultivation Online work in this world? What about how eating treasures in Cultivation Online can affect our real bodies?" "I think that the device we use to play Cultivation Online somehow allows us to travel to the world of Cultivation Online." "Wait. What do you mean eating treasures can affect our real body?" Chu Liuxiang asked, as she wasn't aware of this knowledge. "If you eat a high-grade treasure in Cultivation Online, there's a chance that its effect could transfer to your real body. We have tested it, and it works," Mingxu explained, and she proceeded to tell Chu Liuxiang about that time she consumed a berserker's gem in Cultivation Online and how it affected her real body, giving her incredible strength. Unbelievable. To think that such things can happen if that's the case, then Brother Yuan doesn't sound as crazy anymore. However, how does any of this work, really? How does the device allow us to travel to the world inside Cultivation Online? What about the NPCs there? They may act like real humans, but they never question the weird things that we do, such as respawning or disappearing and reappearing out of thin air. I cannot answer any of these questions right now, but I believe that we'll find the answers in Cultivation Online," Yuan said. "As for the sealed demons that will appear in the future, I will be prepared for them when they break out of their seal. What happened at the Jaded Garden will not happen again." And for the remainder of their flight, the three of them would talk about their new faction. "Do you already have a name in mind for the faction?" Mishu asked him. Yuan nodded and said, "It will be called the Demon Sealing Faction. In the world of Cultivation Online, there is a power called the Demon Sealing Clan, and their sole purpose is to seal demons. I want to bring their purpose to this world." And he continued, "Don't worry, I don't intend on letting you guys share the burden of sealing demons. I will do that alone." "That's not right, Brother Yuan. If we're going to be in the same faction, we're going to be helping you. We may not have the powers to defeat demons, but that doesn't mean we cannot help you defeat them," Chu Liuxiang said. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right. Then I will teach you guys some demon sealing techniques so that you won't be completely hopeless before a demon." 2 hours later, they landed the airplane and made their way back to the apartment. "It feels like it's been forever since we left this place," Yuan sighed out loud as he sat on the couch. So this is your home, huh? Chu Liuxiang began snooping around the place while Sebastian carried her luggage inside. Young lady, the master said to call them when you get the chance. They want to make sure that you're okay, Sebastian said to her afterward. Okay. Chu Liuxiang nodded as she went inside Yuan's bedroom. This must be your room, Brother Yuan. It smells like you, Chu Liuxiang said with a smile on her face after taking a deep breath. She then laid on the bed and continued, This will also be my room starting today, Chapter 600, Creating Their Own Faction. Oh, right. Yuan, you should call Yuru, although I'd already explained the situation to her. You should still speak with her, Meixu said to him after unpacking their luggage. Okay. Meixu then handed her phone to him. Hello, Yuru, it's me, Yuan. Brother, are you okay? Yes, I am fine. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there for you. I would actually prefer it if you weren't here. I don't want you to be in such a dangerous situation, Yuan said. After talking for a few minutes, Yuru asked, What are you going to do now that you're back home? I am going to create my own faction and focus on Cultivation Online. Eh? You're going to create your own faction when? As soon as we can, I guess. Why did you wait so long to make your faction, brother? If you'd told me earlier, I would have joined you. I am too invested in my faction to leave now. Sorry, Yuan had nothing else to say. Well, make sure you visit me soon. I will when I get the chance. After talking for a few more minutes, Yuru hung up the phone. Yuan, I have contacted Senior Wang. She said that she'll send a few people our way as soon as possible. We can create our faction as soon as they arrive, Mishu said to him. Are you going to return to Cultivation Online now? Mishu then asked him. No, I will spend a few more days clearing my mind before I return, he said. Okay. And for the remainder of the day, Yuan would cultivate in silence, trying his best to clear his mind. Of course, it was much easier said than done, as what happened at the Jaded Garden really affected his mind once it was time to sleep. Chu Liuxiang eagerly jumped on Yuan's bed while wearing her see-through pajamas. We're going to be alone tonight, Brother Yuan. Chu Liuxiang giggled like a child. Yes, we are, he calmly said as he also entered the bed. However, Chu Liuxiang didn't take advantage of their time alone, as she didn't want to advance their relationship while he was still feeling down. If I am going to start a family with him, it should be done when we're both happy and eager, Chu Liuxiang thought to herself as she slept beside Yuan. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Meixu was having a hard time sleeping for obvious reasons, as she couldn't get her mind off the fact that Yuan was currently alone with a bold woman like Chu Liuxiang, who also has plenty of ambitions. The following morning, Meixu woke up early to cook breakfast, something she hasn't done in a while. Shall I help you out with breakfast? Sebastian asked her. It's fine, you're the guest here, Meixu said to him. Sebastian nodded and returned to cultivating. Shortly after Meixu began cooking, Chu Liuxiang came outside of Yuan's room with a sleepy look on her face. Meixu turned to look at her with a questioning gaze. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't do anything for now, but once he's fully recovered, I will do it. You don't have to tell me that. Meixu shook her head. Once breakfast was ready, everyone sat around the table to eat. It's been a while since I tasted this flavor, Yuan said. Looks like you can cook a little, but compared to Sebastian, you're still lacking, Chu Liuxiang said, yet she kept eating without any breaks until she finished. After breakfast, Yuan took a seat in his bedroom and began cultivating, but he had no intentions of trying to break through to Spirit Grandmaster. Instead, he was doing it just to clear his mind. Meanwhile, Chu Liuxiang would lay on the bed, silently watching Yuan cultivate. Don't you get tired doing that all day? Meixu asked her at the end of the day. Nope. I can watch him all day, she said. Sometime in the afternoon the following day, Meixu received a text from Senior Wang, stating that the disciples should be arriving at their apartments soon. They are here already? That was faster than I anticipated, Yuan said. And sure enough, about 10 minutes later, they can hear someone knocking on the door. Meixu went to open the door, and to her surprise, all of them were elite disciples from the spiritual elite, such as Wang Ming, Wang Bingbing, Shi Lang, Shi Merong, Hong Shuquan, Wu Zhao, and even Li Jinshi. Basically, everyone that had participated in the spirit competition was there. "Hey, we're here to help you create your faction. Of course, if you want us to leave afterward, we won't hold any hard feelings," Wang Ming said to them with a wide smile on his face. "Aren't you all elite disciples of the spiritual elites? Are the 6 spiritual families really fine with sending away all of their most talented disciples to our faction?" Chu Liusheng asked. "Of course, not only do we have our parents' approval, but even the Grand Elders urged us to join you guys," Shi Lang replied. It was clear what the 6 spiritual families' intentions were by sending all of their most talented disciples there. If Yuan couldn't join them, they will simply join him instead. Furthermore, once they form an alliance with each other, it would no longer matter which faction they stay in. And even if they stay in Yuan's faction, they are still affiliated with the spiritual elites and the 6 spiritual families by blood. "Thank you all for coming here," Yuan said to them. "It's actually a pleasure for us to be here." "When do you want to create your faction?" Wang Ming then asked. "We can do that right now. Just give us a moment to prepare and we'll head out." "Okay." A few minutes later, Yuan and Meixu wore their masks before going outside. "In order to create our faction, we'll need to head to the Cultivators Association," Meixu said. "The Cultivators Association? I didn't think we would go back there so soon." Yuan sighed.